day 30 of the war in Iran, about a halfway point between Trump starting the war and having to, or let's say engaging in a military conflict with Iran and having to get approval from Congress for more military actions. And when it comes to his policy, we still don't, or rather, when it comes to his goal, we still don't know what's really happening, despite the fact that more terrorists are joining in. Of course, as you can see from the thumbnail, the Houthis are now part of this war. Apparently, they've started. This started yesterday, which unfortunately we were not able to go live yesterday, but we are back today and should be for every day in the foreseeable future. Although we might be taking one day a week off just to recoup our powers a little bit.
You need some time off, my brother. You really do. You work very, very hard.
Like I said, Dota 2 patch came out, so I'm just playing the game. I'm just enjoying my life outside of it, and of course, having terrible time because it's a
But you bring up
frustrating
an
game.
excellent point. At the north side of the Arabian Peninsula, where we have the Persian Gulf, there is a narrow strait, the Strait of Hormuz. Well, on the south side of the Arabian Peninsula, when the Red Sea comes into the Indian Ocean, there's another very narrow little strait that can be a bottleneck. And it's some phenomenal figure. Over 10% of all the international trade goes through that area. And of course, that's another choke point for international trade, making, of course, Iran and its proxies obviously a threat to the entire world. And now the Houthis have made their threats and are now joining in with real live action. And so once more, we see an expansion on the part of the Iranians and their proxies and their involvement in this. Saudi Arabia is still under attack, and Mr. Trump is still negotiating. Mr. Trump is still giving them the 10 days before he attacks their power grid. Now, when the Speaker of the Iranian parliament is saying, no way, no how, these are our demands, our counter demands, this is never going to be forgotten, and they're still involved in lobbing missiles at southern Israel. They're still involved in lobbing missiles at other countries. The Houthis are now involved, and Mr. Trump is still negotiating and giving them time. That is a sick situation as far as I'm concerned. You do not negotiate. It's nothing like unconditional surrender, Mr. Trump. Unconditional surrender is when they don't have counter demands, when they will accept whatever conditions we impose. And then to hear from Mr. Trump, the latest thing I heard was, well, it's over, but it's not over. Of course it's not over. They can still fire missiles. It's by no means is this over. But he said, well, it's over, but it's not over. We've achieved our goals, but we haven't achieved our goals. It was a and non-A total mishmash of words. But of course, that's what you're left with. That's the kind of cognitive dissonance, as the phrase goes, i.e. contradictions, that emerge when you are negotiating with someone who you are also at war with. War and negotiation are mutually exclusive things until and unless one side or another cries, uncle. The war is not over so long as they have demands, so long as they're making threats, so long as they're getting their other proxies involved, so long as they're still raining missiles down upon Israel and other countries. But yes, major new deployments are happening. And actions do speak louder than words, and politicians' words are often the chaotic mess of contradictions that I just cited from Mr. Trump's recent statement. And so let us hope that he understands that this is really just how can I justify it at all? In his mind, a way of providing political cover as he prepares to do even more significant action. Let us hope that that is what's happening, and that the actions on the ground of getting more forces there in place really do constitute an intention to continue with this war until there is actual termination and victory. That is the complete collapse of the Islamic Republic.
We have a super sticker from Jonathan. Thank you so much, and a sticker from Bonnie. Thank you so much. So when it comes to the Houthis, they have launched a first military attack on Israel. That was yesterday, of course, first in this war. Now, I haven't seen anything yet about them attacking international shipping, which is what they did in the past, or rather, I mean, they even, I think, if I remember, even sank some ships and took over some ships, which resulted in the traffic that goes through the Suez drop down to, I think, at some points to 1/3 of what it was, and has never recovered since. Even when the Houthis stopped attacking, even when we attacked the Houthis, and there was a, I mean, well, technically there was a ceasefire between the U.S. government and the Houthis. But yeah, so it stopped for a little bit, but it never recovered because the threat of the Houthis was always there.
That is
Now
why
they
you
are,
have to end the threat. Now they're making noises that they're going to do it again. And that's why you have to completely end the threat. There will continue to be extortion, and whether it's the Strait of Hormuz or down in the Red Sea. You eliminate the extortion artist. You certainly eliminate his capacity to extort you. Until you defeat that enemy, the threat is still there. If you allow the threat to continue, then what you've done is you actually rewarded the threat, and the threat is now a permanent feature of the world. Moral consistency is the only practical policy. The moral is the practical, is what I would say here. And you don't negotiate with evil. That is the sanction of evil. Coming to terms, having a ceasefire, whether it's with the Houthis or with Iran, would be counter-deterrent in its effect. It would encourage the bad guys. It would sustain their existence, sanction their existence, and tell them exactly what to do in future, because after all, it works. Cutting off world trade, we've got you now where we want you. And they didn't completely eliminate the threat. No, well, they will continue to do. In fact, what we do is we end up writing their guidebook. If George W. Bush in the Iraq War says, well, we're not going to hit their hospitals and schools, what have we done to every jihadist on the planet? We've given them we told them how to operate. Put your military stuff in under hospitals and schools. And that's what happens. Okay, well, we don't want this impact on world trade, either at the Strait of Hormuz or down in the Red Sea, and therefore, let's have a ceasefire, let's have an agreement. Oh no, see, you are now making yourself permanently subject to their strategy of extortion.
okay, there's a few more news that we'll go to in a second, but James, do you want a little teaser?
Sure. Tease
On
away.
today's live stream, I will defend Tucker Carlson. There's something that happened, and I'll have to defend him, but in a way of defending the future of Conservative Party, or the Republican Party rather, because there's
Really?
something that's going on, meaning like that I'm worried about Tucker Carlson becoming the future of the Republican Party, and
Wow.
in that way, some of the attacks on him are having me worried in a certain way. I know I'm being cryptic, but something people can maybe look forward to.
Any
at some point in the
defense of
live stream.
Tucker coming from you would be that's a teaser. That's absolutely got me interested, Daniel. But yeah, you got to stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. This is a moment of history.
Now, okay, let's go. So there's been this. CNN has reported that for the first time in centuries, Catholic leaders have been barred from Jerusalem's Church of Holy. I never know how to pronounce this. Holy
Sepulcher.
Sepulcher. Have been barred on Palm Sunday, according to church authorities in the Holy City. So this was posted by Alex on our ARCUK politics groups, which you can join by becoming an ARCUK member on the website. And she said, yes, they have been barred, and so have the Jews, and so have the Muslims, because Israel is in a national state of emergency, and few things are, of course, shut down. You could compare it to similarly, I don't know if this was similarly in America, but in Slovakia during COVID, you couldn't go to the Sunday church, and that was like a big thing, right? But that's the same thing is happening. Why CNN showing this as like something Christians are being barred from like going into this into this holy temple, and it's like no, the nation is shut down. People, children are not going to school. The normal way of life is not really happening because we are at war. But like always, this for some reason, with a certain agenda, this as everything is being said as the Jews are up to something again.
Well, in the Western, we are. This is Palm Sunday, right? And a week from today is Easter Sunday on the Western Christian calendar, and so it is. You've got pilgrims going to the legendary place, mind you, where Jesus was said to have been entombed, and so is this on Christian minds? Certainly Western Christian minds at this very moment on the calendar in the year, absolutely. But as you point out, it is a time of war. Everyone is disrupted from, I mean, they have to be. Do you want a bunch of civilians crowding around certain places right now in a time of war? Places that could well be under attack, and we know the Iranians are going after civilians. So I'm absolutely certain that there are Christian pilgrims who are visiting sites in Jerusalem and Bethlehem and so forth, because this is a sacred time. This is the highest of holidays for Christians, and it's Easter in 1 week on the Western Christian calendar, and but for their own protection. And for the protection of the site, even if you regard that site as important, it's important, to sometimes shut it down, regardless of the willingness of the civilians to be there. War, as you point out, disrupts normal life. If it disrupts bus schedules, if it closes down, theater venues, if it shuts down all manner of sports and entertainment, and even where political meetings take place, expect it. It's called war. In war, extraordinary steps have to be taken for the defense of the people and places involved. And I don't see any particular bigotry against only anti-Semites who think that Israel is running an apartheid state. Now, go visit Saudi Arabia. Go visit Iran and try and tell me that you have the equal right to worship your God, whether you're a Christian or a Jew or anything other than the flavor of Islam that is the authoritative rule in those countries. No, this is obviously a rational wartime measure. As you correctly observed, this is wartime. And as you point out, Jews, Muslims, and Christians are being kept away from certain sites. Well, we just heard about a strike landing in southern Israel. So it makes perfect sense, but everyone is going to twist this, of course. Everyone who hates Israel, of course, will automatically try and twist this into some form of discrimination against Christians at this, most sacred moment in the year's calendar for Western Christians. But war is war.
Yeah, again, talking about this church, which is in the old city, Iran has recently, was it like a week ago, has sent a missile. Maybe not towards Holy City, but a missile that hit not far away from from the old city. So again, yeah, absolutely, this is like this is war. I don't know what is like the state of shelters in the old city, but it's I mean, again, the fact that every single thing is always being put as, basically Jews are shutting down something again for the Christians. When already there's the rampant anti-Semitism, and then they run a story like this. Again, without, technically it's true, but, it's very much implying something that that isn't true, or is very much omitting info. Now, maybe in the article itself, they talk about it. because I just saw the headline, right? But again, running this type of headline, like, what type of, like, I only read the headline. That's what many people often read. That's what's quoted. That's what people go out. Now, it shouldn't be like that, but that is what's happening, and I think you have a certain maybe obligation toward running a certain type of stories.
Yeah, when there have been moments when access to the Temple Mount has been restricted for various groups, and when it happens to Muslims, what the scream goes up is anti-Muslim discrimination. No, there can be very valid security reasons. I mean, in that part of the world, very valid security reasons why access to these holy sites, as they're called, is restricted. And it doesn't necessarily follow that it's because there's some kind of discrimination against the religion involved. Civilian movement is sometimes has to be restricted during war for the safety of civilians, for the safety of the buildings themselves. It does not necessarily reflect any kind of picking on a particular religion.
We have a super chat from PC. Thank you so much. He says, James, that will cause more anti-Semitism. Yes, they barred a cardinal entering. I mean, maybe, but again, not fault of the. Again, there's nothing Jews could do that wouldn't like raise anti-Semitism outside of killing themselves. That's something they could do. They would like lower it. So
anything they do will be interpreted in that light, I'm afraid, these days. And there are plenty of people on both the left and the right who will join in with this. See, they're bigoted apartheid state when it is simply a valid security measure. And I don't care if it's His Eminence the Cardinal, or if it's just some ordinary Christian pilgrim, or Muslim pilgrim, or Jewish person walking in the area. Sometimes the area has to be restricted during wartime. During wartime, when these cluster bombs and when they break up into pieces and you don't know where all the explosives are going to fall, my God, it is a severe security situation. People have died, people have been injured, and basic things like that. And I don't care if it's a cardinal of most holy and Catholic Roman Church. It's still a security measure. And it's not bigotry against any particular religion.
We have another super chat from PC. Thank you so much. He says, James, Christ was real. A Bible is a fictional story of his life.
Well, I tend to agree that there was a historical Jesus. In my view, I think it is a problematic question given the state of the evidence. It's ancient history. We have fragmentary evidence. But I tend to agree with Professor Brandon, Professor Eisenman, Reza Aslan recently in his book Zealot. I tend to believe that there was a historical Jesus who was crucified because he was a rebel against the Roman Empire. If there was a historical Jesus. It is the story of whether or not there was a historical Jesus is a separate question that for example, that I, in my own book, my co-author and I, we simply avoid the topic. It's not terribly interesting. It's the Jesus presented in the Gospels, and that is a highly mythologized set of literature. It's the Jesus of the New Testament that has had an influence on history, not the Jesus of history. And the portrait of Jesus in the Gospels, I suspect, if there was a historical Jesus, which I do suspect is true, was very, very, very different from the pro-Roman tax-paying, turn the other cheek, internationalist pacifist that we read about in the Gospels. It's more like I came to bring the sword, and you can see the bleed through, right? The more rebel Christ. But I'm with Professor Brandon, Professor Eisenman, Reza Aslan. If there was a historical Jesus, he was a political rebel, like most of the messianic figures of the first century. And there were a bunch of proposed messiahs. They were mostly rebel figures. Being crucified, maybe the one historical fact we can know about a Jesus, suggests that the Romans perceived him in that way too.
So thank you again for the super chat, and let me give a reminder to people that we are running ads. We have to keep this going, and for that we need money. We need a way to operate this, and of course you can help us by supporting and by super chatting. And if you super chat enough, we can turn off the ads too, so you can enjoy the seamless experience of our
So if on this Palm Sunday you find my attacks on Christianity worthwhile, please show it with your money. Yeah, we got to keep the lights on around here. You do get a perspective, you will note, that you don't find most other places here at the Ayn Rand Center UK. We're worth it. If you're listening and you're not a paid subscriber, right? If you are a paid subscriber and you can give us a super chat, come on, people. You are getting a value, and I would ask you just simply to give us in exchange something back to express what a value it is to you. Of course, you can be a free rider, as the economists say, if you like, but think about it. If this is a value and you want to keep the lights on around here and you want my heretical attitudes to get further voice, please give us a super chat.
And we have one more super chat from PC. Thank you so much. He says, Josephus only mentions him briefly. Only one passage is considered from Josephus himself. The rest are probably later plagiarism from Constantine.
Jesus is actually mentioned twice in Josephus's Antiquities. In the famous James passage, which is generally regarded not to have been tampered with by later Christians at all. And the James passage's reference to Jesus suggests that what is famous or infamously called the Testimonium, a more extended reference to Jesus you'll find in Josephus's Antiquities, there is something to it. You don't mention, Josephus in particular wouldn't mention something like that unless he was referring back, that Jesus called the Christ. Well, it means that there was an earlier mention of a Jesus called the Christ by implication. And I am more and more, Dr. Schmidt, with his book recently released from Oxford University Press, is defending the whole of the Testimonium as authentic. And there's actually a growing list of scholarly voices that have said that the reference to Jesus is genuine in the work of the first century Jewish historian working for the Romans, Flavius Josephus. My own belief about the historical Jesus doesn't hinge on that, though, because the famous long passage about Jesus has been the subject of enormous criticism. Have later Christians tampered with it, enhanced it, and so forth? That's a matter of intense argument and controversy among scholars of early Christianity. But I would also refer you to Tacitus, who was writing early on in the second century. Even earlier in the second century, you've got Pliny the Younger writing to the Emperor Trajan when he was governor of Bithynia. We have non-Christian references. We have Josephus's reference of some kind for sure. So there are multiple sources outside the New Testament that do talk about a Jesus. Whether that's sufficient to demonstrate the historical reality of Jesus is, of course, another matter that scholars debate. But it's not just Josephus, I would remind you. And nor are, frankly, even the sacred documents of Christianity to be entirely ignored if they can circumstantially demonstrate something about a historical Jesus, some embarrassing fact, such as being a rebel, that they're busy sort of covering up. That, by implication, would show that they didn't invent it from scratch, the idea of Jesus from scratch, but they're, in fact, having to sort of twist themselves into pretzels to explain away an actual historical character. I think that is some evidence as well. But it is ancient texts that we rely upon here, and it is a matter of great controversy.
We have a super chat super sticker rather, from Bonnie. Thank you so much. A super chat from Yaps for 15 shekels. Thank you so much. He says, please accept my APAC payment. Definitely not Mossad in brackets. Well, I'm not American, so wait, I'm trying to, because I think I think Slovakia tried to have their own Foreign Agent Act, but I think it didn't pass through actually. So I can take money from whichever government I want. I don't have to disclose anything. I don't know about
Yes.
James though.
Alas, we're not funded either by APAC or by Mossad. That's why we need your super chats. That's why we need you to sign up as a member.
But also, if Mossad is interested, you can check out the contact page on
contact page.
AynRandCenter.co.uk.
We're owed a lot, I think. Back pay. We're accused of being just. We also criticize Israel and Netanyahu. We have a very independent voice here. We certainly criticize Trump too. I mean, the fact when we take a position that is strongly pro-Zionist and anti-Iran, believe me, we're not in anyone's bot corner at all. But if you find the content here of value, please do consider becoming a paid subscriber and giving us those super chats.
We have a super chat from Roland. Thank you so much. Those are Swedish. Not Swedish. Swiss francs. Thank you so much. He says support for my fellow heretics. Well, hail. What's like a Roman god? Saturn. Hail Saturn
Jupiter.
or something. Jupiter. That's better.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes. Ave. Jupiter Optimus Maximus.
And we have one more super chat from PC, bringing us to almost a third of the way to reaching the goal, but we will turn off the ads. And also, I was said that Razi will finally explain why card counting doesn't work, so he'll join us later in the show. We have a
information you might get there, yeah.
We have a super chat from PC. Thank you so much. He says, Jesus can't have been important to Rome. He's never mentioned in Roman reports of time.
I just got through explaining the exact opposite. In fact, we seem to have, you think about it, the Jewish rebellion itself was of overwhelming importance to the Romans. It was the critical thing. If you were to describe the geopolitics of the Roman Empire in the 1st and 2nd centuries, central to that would have to be the two great Jewish rebellions and all of the Jewish religious-inspired violence and terrorism and so forth. There were many, as I pointed out, many people who claimed to be Jewish messiahs, and they were the rebel leaders, whether it was Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century rebellion, which was even harder to put down than the first, which caused the destruction of the temple, the reduction of the temple to the Wailing Wall. But it may seem like a small backwater, Judea, to the Roman Empire, but it was on the border between the Parthian Empire, the greatest rival to the Roman empires, their enemy, their geopolitical enemy, and Egypt, which fed the Mediterranean world. Most of the grain and food that kept the population of the Mediterranean fed, including the people in Rome, came from Egypt. So any threat to Egypt from Parthia was to be taken seriously. And the Jewish rebels constantly tried to get the Parthians to intervene on their side with little or mixed success. But it was of extreme importance. The fact that the Romans themselves used Messianic Jewish religion from the first 2 centuries can be seen in the work of Josephus. Josephus was a Jewish priest who had been on the other side, hired by the Roman government as their propagandist. And Josephus says that his boss, the guy who becomes the Roman emperor, Vespasian, is the true Jewish Messiah. They hire a Jewish guy to do their propaganda, and he's using Jewish Messianic, the very ideology that motivated the Jewish rebellions of the 1st and 2nd centuries against the rebels themselves. So the Roman government was officially using Jewish Messianic religion for its own propagandistic purpose. Josephus goes so far as to invoke the Daniel, Son of Man prophecy, if you're familiar with this, at the time of the fall of Jerusalem. So just as Jesus in the Gospels is saying, there'll be a glorious coming of the Son of Man when the temple is destroyed, which happened in the year 70. So Josephus says there's armies seen fighting in the clouds at the fall of Jerusalem, as if in fulfillment of that. So there's a very close connection. Notice, too, that Josephus, the Jewish writer, who's a Roman propagandist, is whitewashing the figures of John the Baptist, Jesus, James, the brother of Jesus. Normally, these kind of rebel messianic figures would be bad guys, heavies in Josephus's story, because it is Roman propaganda. So why the heck is Josephus whitewashing these figures? No. In fact, in the 2nd century, we have lots of evidence that, let me put it this way, the Romans were, in their various ways, encouraging alternatives, let's put it this way, to the militant variety of Jewish messianism. In fact, by the end of the 2nd century, we appear to have large numbers of Christians in the Roman army. But I'll leave it there.
Well, I wanted to say something, but definitely Yaps in the chat says, I'm not really APAC or Mossad. I'm a regular dude. I work in construction, guys. Well, that sounds exactly what you would say if you try to hide the fact that you are contracted by
No, I
Mossad.
respect that, and I hear you. Thank you very, very much. Yes.
And Razi said we are too pro-Israel to be funded by the Israeli government. That's definitely the case.
I suspect that is exactly true.
And somebody said, does objectivism believe in the golden rule? I'll go to James, but I generally would say I think it's a bad principle, but James has.
That's a perfectly empty principle. Do unto others what you would have them do unto you, or in its negative form, don't do to someone what you wouldn't want them to do to you. You know, there are various forms of the golden rule, but what does the golden rule tell you to do? It doesn't tell you to act or not act in any specific way. So, for example, if I'm a masochist and I want pain, should I inflict pain on other people because that's what I want them to do to me? I mean, it is perfectly free of any content.
My favorite example of there is a whole game that is built upon the golden rule, which I found it's a very fun game because it also blends Roman, I think it's like Roman, what was the big, like Roman, Babylonian, Greek, and like Egyptian like cultures all together, and all of them like being fueled by the golden rule. It's a very interesting game. But basically, one of the basically the game like ends if somebody breaks the golden rule. But while you play the game, you find that people are just screwing with you, and somehow they get away with. So at some point you get to question the golden rule, and you ask, well, this like merchant, she like screwed me over the money. Why did they not break the golden rule? And she's like, well, she's a thief. She is somebody that expects people to be dishonest. She's somebody that expects people to like screw each other over.
Or just take a simple example. I like
in a sense, she expects you to want to screw you over. Like she expects that you would want to screw her over in like a trade. So she does the same thing, and it's not the breaking of the golden rule because she does unto others.
Yeah, well, just take a very simple example. I like hot dogs. You don't like hot dogs. So do unto you. So I'm supposed to give you hot dogs for lunch because I like hot dogs for lunch? How does it follow that you want hot dogs for lunch? I mean, the golden rule by saying treat everyone the way you want to be treated is to say that my values are universally shared. Now, there are universal values, and those universal values that are the product of our humanity are the subject of the field I call ethics, okay? And so, but what you're doing is you're sidestepping that whole argument. That's why I say rationality or honesty or virtues for every human being by their nature as human beings, okay? That's the kind of, you got to roll up your sleeves, look at human nature. What is the function of, what are we doing with the whole project of ethics? And instead of giving me an objective standard, the needs of human life, as a universal standard for human morality, what I'm doing is I'm saying, well, treat people the way you want them to treat you. Well, that tells me absolutely zero. I'm going to treat different people differently based upon their values. And if a person is a threat to me, it's their threat to me that's going to make me treat them negatively. In other words, I'm going to treat an aggressor very differently than I would treat people who aren't aggressors. And I haven't done any aggression. And so you might say, well, since you don't want aggression, you're treating aggressors. No, I'm responding to aggression with self-defensive force, which is different in kind than aggressive force. So rather than answering any of the substantive questions of ethics, the golden rule simply says, it's like someone saying, Well, listen to your conscience. It's sort of a circular argument that exists, that presupposes pre-existing values. And so someone's saying, well, follow your conscience, follow your already pre-existing moral emotions and sensibilities and what would make you feel guilty or angry or proud, and impose that on everybody else. Well, that's not terribly helpful, is it? It plugs in kind of to the universalizability feature of Kant's ethics, but Kant is also disconnecting it from life and values. Value and life are separated, you see. Value is something intrinsic. Objectivism rejects this approach. Value pursuit is in effect what life is, and it's the needs of life that set the agenda for ethics, and that is an objective matter, just as it is in medicine, just as it is in engineering, where we implicitly use human life as the standard. It's the facts that determine these things, not my pre-existing values. And so anything that says follow your conscience is really giving you no more or less substantive advice than the golden rule is. My main objection to the golden rule is not that it's seeking a universalizable principle. I think that's actually a good feature of good ethical principles. What it is it's totally empty of substance. Doesn't tell me in any particular instance how I should treat Daniel, what I should bring Daniel for lunch, for example. I might like lobster. He might hate lobster. So I'm not going to do unto him as a, but you say, well, no, let's abstract it. You would want someone to bring you the food that you would want. Oh, now you see, you're adding all kinds of stuff. You have to add the substance. It's substance free in effect.
Yeah, basically, at the end of the day, it like boils down to like be good without explaining what being good actually means.
That's exactly it. What you think is good, do it. Okay, that's not terribly helpful. It's certainly not science of ethics.
We have a big super check from Ex Nihilo. Thank you so much, bringing us over to half, specifically £55 and 99 pence, and actually a few more super chats that brought us there as well. Super chat from Bull Moose, thank you so much. He says, Daniel, I played the game and it might be the best example of disproving what is essentially the philosophy of a child. One of my favorites, definitely. So I just looked it up. The game is called The Forgotten City. It's very good. I just found it randomly, and it's definitely a good one. It's basically Groundhog Day, but when basically you are sort of, you like go into past, and it's a Groundhog's Day where there is some kind of god that when the golden rule is broken, it like kills everybody. So, but you get the chance to go back in time, and basically you have to figure out who keeps breaking the golden rule, and you have to, and there's like a big puzzle of like who is this god that is basically like killing everybody when it's broken. So it's a very, very interesting game. One of my probably favorite like Groundhog's Day type of thing that like time reset. So definitely recommend checking that out.
Relive it till you get it right.
And a super chat from Daniel. Thank you so much. He says, James, Daniel is the type to get sushi at a ball game. Well, when we went to a lunch, I got a burger at like a seafood place. So
Daniel comes to visits America, and I take him down to the seaport, and I'm thinking maybe he'll get some fresh fish, which they just caught that morning. But no, hamburger. It's true in America. I must. There's no jingoistic, breastfeeding here. America does have the best hamburgers in the world. There's no question about it. Daniel fell in love with them, and Daniel was eating hamburgers at a seafood restaurant. Yes, he was.
The best one was still at Washington D.C. in one of the restaurants close to the Ocon. What was it? 22, 23, Washington D.C. There was a place that I went to like 3 times over the course of a week. It was really good.
It's safe to say Daniel fell in love with the American hamburger. Yes.
We'll need to.
They're good.
Washington.
Must admit, they're good.
Well, but it's also it takes skill to actually get it real good, because it's easy to screw up as well. So
that's true.
All right.
So now that we've had our Sunday, Palm Sunday religion discussion,
well, let's take a look at. So this is the story we haven't really covered. This happened in Czechia, where a bunch of I shouldn't say kids, a bunch of young adults have similarly to UK decided to arson a company, specifically again Elbit Systems, the Israeli company that does a lot of defense contracts with the UK government, with the Czech government. I think specifically in Czechia, to a large extent, they are working to develop system for Ukraine. So not even like specifically for Israel, but they're working on Ukraine. And yeah, that was arson attack has been done by, and I think it was like 2 Czech nationals and 1 U.S. national. I don't know, James. Have you seen this story?
no, I have not.
So yeah, basically, I mean, I can read from the article a little bit. Czech news, Deník N, quoted Štěpánek, the prosecutor, as saying that the most probable motive was the claim by the group that said it carried out the attack that LPP cooperated with the Israeli firm. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think this was a Czech company that has some cooperation with Elbit Systems, not specifically Elbit Systems. Yeah, but still, we are seeing more, another example of basically the pro-Palestine. And we also have they posted on Instagram their like comment, which we'll go into. But yeah, James, any thoughts on another pro-Palestinian group basically attacking private property?
When you defend savagery, Palestinians or Iranians or whatever your proximate motive is now for attacking anything connected with Israel, don't be surprised when you're a savage yourself. These people, they have a political process. They live in a country with comparative free speech and a peaceful means of changing their government system. But no, they engage in arson. They're acting like savages in their defense of savagery. Now, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? These are savages defending savagery. And it's hardly surprising that terrorism, whether they're native Czechs or Americans, or whether they're Persians who speak Farsi or Arabs who speak Arabic, you will find that this cuts across tribal, ethnic, linguistic group divisions. You will find civilized people in Great Britain. You will find young college kids from Czechia and the United States joining in. But when you defend savagery, don't be surprised when they act like savages. It's part and parcel of the same whole package.
Well, let's read the statement from them. This is from Prague for Palestine Youth. In the late morning hours of Sunday, March 22nd, 2 of our dear friends and comrades were abducted by the state following a house raid in Prague in connection to the investigation of the fire at the Elbit LPP holding site in Pardubice, Czech Republic. Since then, several more members of the movement have been detained for questioning and subsequently released. A group of around 20 people was briefly detained and ID'd for showing up to the court hearing in Pardubice in solidarity. By the way, good job from the police. They should absolutely investigate this group that, again, commits an arson attack, or at the very least is alleged to, because I don't know what is to say.
And if you are morally giving your support, it's just the people who are there, rah, to the arson, they should be investigated. People who advocate, I'm not saying that the mere advocacy, I believe in free speech, right? And it has to go beyond some generalized nebulous. The threat must be specific, concrete, and to be taken seriously before it becomes a crime, in my view. But if you are just in support, in general advocacy support of violence like that, the government ought to be investigating you. Those are precisely the people the government should be investigating, because you apparently think it's cool to use arson to get your political message across. And you even intellectually, your support for them, while it may not, that intellectual support may not in itself be a crime, you're certainly on their radar screen for proper government investigation. It's the way it works.
Okay.
Go.
Reading more the statement, both Yusuf and Anishka have been arrested for their alleged involvement in an incident in Pardubice that took place at a time when both were in Prague, a fact that has been presented to the court as well, yet it would seem that the decision on their remand has been made well before the hearing even took place. It is therefore clear that to the state, public perception of the case matters much more than facts of the case. Yusuf and Anishka have been handed to the reporters on a silver platter as a sacrifice to the hungry media machine, doxed and defamed, called every name in the book. Yusuf in particular has been singled out for their identity, the color of their skin and their fate. The racism oozing through the narrative exposes the rotten core of both the mainstream media establishment as well as the Czech justice system. This is something we have come to expect. It is not shocking to us that a brown person's face would be plastered all over the media whenever the state needs to accuse someone of terrorism. So again,
you reported all of that without even giving me an indication of the brown skin of the people involved. I had no idea what the racial background of any of these people happened to be, and it's
specifically. The one article I have is from Reuters, which also doesn't have any images. But I would assume, I could look up the Czech local sources and see how they report it. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they do post pictures of like people accused of terrorism. I mean, almost always happens.
Yeah, when people get arrested in the United States, what you see is the mugshot. They've got to when you're taken into custody, they take your fingerprints, they take a DNA sample in some states, they'll take a photograph of you. Yeah, you're identifying information so that we know exactly who was arrested and we can prove it later on if that arrest becomes relevant or results in a conviction. We need the identifying information, the mugshot, as we call it. But plastering mugshots is generally is a widespread practice and generally not in itself regarded as racism. Now, when you're pulling the racist card, though, I begin to suspect that what you're actually doing is defending arson and political violence. Political violence is, of course, the justification, the thing they want to justify, and so to obscure that, they'll play the race card. I had no idea what the skin color of the various people involved are, and it is absolutely irrelevant. And the fact that their mugshots are being posted in the media, when in fact arson is a newsworthy story. Terroristic motivated arson, politically motivated arson is a newsworthy story. And of course they're going to scream, we're being singled out and so forth for our skin color. No, I hope that the Czech government would treat everyone the same based on the evidence, regardless of their race. And I suspect that it's the politically motivated arson that has the Czech government and the local media concerned.
I'm trying to just look up specifically local Czech sources. By the way, in this Instagram post, they posted their pictures. Maybe I can look up this more, but let's read more from the post. We see the arrest, remand, and denial of bail of our friends for what it is. By the way, I'm not surprised that no bail for accusing of arson, or I would even say this is terrorism. But
yeah, if it's terrorism, are you surprised that they're being kept in custody? Yeah, let's just, if you're arrested for terrorist actions, just let them free to roam the streets, right? And notice the focus is not on the evidence. It's their friends have this motive. They admit it. They admit there was this arson attack. You could just tell from the way they're approaching this that their scream has nothing to do with the evidence or the seriousness of the crime. Just solidarity, brother.
Okay, let's read a bit more. A grave injustice, a witch hunt against members of the movement for their principled political stances with a clear racially motivated element. According to public media statements of the police investigators, At the time of the raid, the forensic search of the fire site in Pardubice was still in progress, complicated by worries around the structural integrity of the remaining building and complications with clearing the rubble of the burned down warehouse. Police investigators consistently communicate in media that they are working with 4 possible scenarios surrounding the circumstances of the fire. It is outrageous that due process was denied to Yusuf and Anishka solely due to their public political opinions. Remanding individuals to prison under such serious charges, possibly for months, demands solid evidence and not speculations. I mean, again, I would assume, like from the little I know about the Czech justice system, I would assume they had some reasoning to go arrest them, not simply what, like this fire happened, let's arrest like random people that we can find. Like I would assume there is some, and I mean, James, maybe you can. I assume you're not that familiar with like a Czech justice system.
I am not.
Generally.
But I'm under the impression that there are standards of evidence before you can arrest someone, before you could charge them with a crime, and there has to be some connecting of the dots evidence. Now, one of the things we can say right off the bat is that if this appears to be politically motivated violence, those with the aligned political motive are more likely than those without that aligned political motive. An attack on a synagogue, for example, if it looks like if someone had drawn I'm just making up a whole new set of facts here. Someone draws a swastika on a synagogue. That starts telling me who, right there. Motive, the why, is often what leads criminal investigators to the who. And there's a logical reason for that, you see. So their shock and dismay that, these political activists, just because this appears to be an act of political terrorism aligned with their values, is just sheer random arbitrary arresting of these people. Well, I can tell you right off the bat, they had some reason. And I suspect that given the way they're writing this article, that they're really not interested in showing the actual evidence. And not all the evidence may be known at this point. But in order to prove a case in court, they're going to need evidence that these particular people did this particular crime. But right off the bat, the motive for the crime, if it does look to be a motivated kind of crime, is some proof, some evidence.
Yeah, and again, this group is already, I mean, very much in favor of these things. I think it makes sense for this group to get investigated, for the people to get arrested, and for the justice to happen. I mean, again, maybe they are not involved. Maybe there was just some circumstantial evidence that was enough to get them arrested. But again, I think my understanding is they are charged. This doesn't like. It's one, like, because they arrested many more people from the group, right? And they were let go. Like, it's one thing to get arrested, and like to get charged. Well, you think they like trumped up like charges just to what to get you? Get specifically the two of you and not the other guys. Apparently, this trial will also take a little bit longer since Yusef doesn't speak Czech, so they'll have to figure out a way to get English translation for
There's translators. I mean, we use translators in American courts, and every court around the world uses translators.
Yeah, but we are talking about Czechia.
Yeah, well, I imagine they've got someone who can speak English to Czech and Czech to English for the person involved. It doesn't really add that much. It shouldn't really extend the proceedings. But the point is, you make a really great point. Why wasn't everyone just rounded up? No, but you're right. Everyone should be. Let's say, in my country, the KKK engaged in murders, lynchings, cross burnings, criminal crimes, threats and violence, murder, and is some vaguely stated support of the KKK or attending KKK meeting proof by itself that you engaged in a specific lynching or a specific cross burning? No, but is it perfectly reasonable for the FBI to investigate all those who are members of the local KKK chapter? Absolutely it is. I'm going to go further. Communists, it's true that just generally being a communist by itself doesn't prove that you engaged in some kind of act of political violence, to create, chaos on the streets. But the fact that you advocate the violent overthrow of your government is rationally connected to some kind of political, socialist political violence. Should the communists be on the radar screen of law enforcement? Yes. So should the KKK? Yes. If the Nazis, the neo-Nazi group around wants to do violence against the Jewish community, is the neo-Nazi group fairly on the radar screen of local law enforcement? Absolutely. Ditto jihadists, ditto anti-Israel people. We can't ignore their motivation. Do we arrest them, charge them, throw them in prison forever? No, we connect the dots with evidence to show that these people specifically intended to do the crime and materially assisted it or committed the crime. They have to actually be involved in the crime to be convicted of the crime. I'm pretty sure that's true in Czechia as well as the United States. So let's wait for the due process to play out before we denounce the Czech government for some horrible injustice against these, sweet young political idealists. Yeesh. Putting it that way is really a cover for and a rationalization and excuse for terrorism, politically motivated violence.
By the way, I should correct myself. So Yusuf, specifically that I mentioned, he is Egyptian national. There has been a separate American arrested in Slovakia, actually. But I don't have anything from him.
You see, the brown skin was that he was an Egyptian. There we go. You see, they're picking on Arabs. Okay. Now, this is ridiculous. The fact that you have non-brown skinned people, to use their terminology, is indicative. It is an ideologically motivated crime. And those who share the ideology should be looked at. I'm not saying even arrested until there's probable cause, and certainly not charged until there's really definitive proof. But apparently there is. That's why these other folks in the group weren't charged, as you observe, and these three people were. Let's wait for the... Yeah.
So continuing with their statement, the file presented to the court by the prosecutor reveals nothing of substance except the fact that police operate with no solid evidence and even base some of their reasonings on Yusuf's following on Instagram. This is truly absurd argument given the fact that Yusuf is a DJ, photographer, and artist that shares their work online as a public figure. We can't stress this enough. Using Instagram to see who follows each other as the basis of investigation is not serious police work, but rather resembles high school drama. Both Yusuf and Aneshka are valued and loved members of the local community, and weaponizing this fact against them is nothing more than a bad attempt at deterring solidarity from within the movement. Our resolve remains as strong as ever. What united us with both Yusuf and Aneshka was struggle against injustice in Palestine, and we remain committed to fighting this new front of oppression until all political prisoners are free.
Oppression, but the fact that these are our friends is nothing to suspect them of. No, social media is actually an important tool for law enforcement. So they've got that just upside down. They're saying if you look at our social media posts to figure out what our ideology is, and by the way, social media can actually be used to coordinate at a certain level these actions. So law enforcement that ignores Instagram would be the negligent law enforcement. Motivation is actually some evidence. And boy, you heard it right there. Solidarity, brother. So they will defend these people no matter what is in effect what they're telling us. They are the ones who really don't care about the evidence. But let's wait to see the evidence. Okay, maybe these people are being railroaded simply because they have a violent opposition to anything Israel, and there was an anti-Israel terrorist attack. Okay, if that's all they have, then if I was the judge, I would obviously rule in favor of these poor, innocently, accused individuals. But I suspect there's more, and from the way they're presenting it, they don't really care about other evidence. To them, it's the violent resistance solidarity, brother, the violent resistance against those evil pro-Israeli people, anyone who'd work with Israel. It's really amazing how leftist radicalism has caused a kind of solidarity. And what the forces that are the evil forces that have joined up here, the Islamicist and hard left communist forces, have joined up in the most extraordinary ways. Now, like all these alliances, like alliances between Muslims, they can break apart tomorrow, and once they get rid of the enemy in front of them, Israel, they'll be back at each other's throats. Don't worry. But in the meantime, we are allied with our fellow Islamist, communist brothers in arms against the Israeli-American colonialist imperialism. That's how shallow the thinking is in most quarters when it comes to activism, young people activism in the streets, and the kind of street level terrorism we're talking about here.
By the way, the person, because I think they are non-binary, is rocking a Hitler mustache. I just noticed this, and maybe we shouldn't show these.
Who would? It's the most obnoxious little thing you got there. I mean, I don't even understand.
Like,
oh,
you see
wow.
this?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's Charlie Chaplin mustache, maybe, but
Charlie
it's like
mustache. There you go.
But
you don't see a lot of people. It's true. It's like the name Adolf. You don't see a lot of people named Adolf anymore. Or wearing that mustache anymore. But I find that mustache to be absurd. In any case, it looks ridiculous. But
somebody says it might be a nose rig. No, it's a nose. I don't know how well you can see it on like stream. Maybe I can. But like this is This is not just a nose ring. This is also a mustache.
Yeah.
And also, I was able to find a little bit about the evidence that was actually used to arrest these people. This was posted by a Czech lawyer on Twitter. So, the first accused had at home and was verifiably holding the phone from which the car used in the attack was ordered. Second, the second accused was driving the car used in the attack. 3. The order for the vehicle was made from the same mobile phone the second accused used. The amateurs had only swapped the SIM card. 4. Both accused were in contact with the phone number from which the vehicles used in the attack were ordered. And 5. The vehicle driven by the second accused a few days earlier met at one point 2 other vehicles used in the attack. In one of these, investigators later found traces of accelerants and glass fragments, not from the car itself.
So yeah, there is a little other evidence. Just because we found the stolen property in your front pocket, Daniel, is no indication that you were the thief or in receipt of stolen property. You just had the stolen property in your pocket. Yeah, look at this evidence, and look at the evidence that those guys, Solidarity brother folks, were ignoring and evading. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, so I guess there is other evidence. There's enough evidence that this lawyer reading the court documents could say this was the evidence that got them in. So, the fact that your cell phone was the one used to order the attack, or your car, or that you got accelerant in an arson case, there's other evidence there. They're just picking on a brown-skinned person, though, Daniel, don't you know?
Also, the Czech police gave them the opportunity to explain the situation with the cars and phones. They refused to testify, while of course they have the right to remain silent. This meant that they were unable to clarify how the events occurred or refute the suspicion.
Why the heck? No, I'm not going to use their silence against them. But you got the cell phone, the vehicle, and the accelerant, and you're not. And can you please explain to us this combination in conjunction
I mean, the
with
silence
motive,
will not be taken as evidence, but also like they didn't police had enough to arrest them. They didn't explain any reason why they had that. Maybe if they figured out some good way to say something or like good explanation, that might be.
but
they might explain it. But
they probably only have to explain the probable cause for the arrest. They may have
Yeah.
all kinds of other evidence as well. But when you combine it all, the car, the phone, the accelerant, their political motivations, I mean, you put it all together, you can see that there was probable cause. It wasn't simply they're arbitrarily zeroing in on a brown-skinned person. That is just crazy, and it shows the twisted nature of the first report you read, right? They don't care really about evidence. They care about solidarity in the cause against Israel.
Yeah, and by the way, also about like their faces being plastered all over the internet or whatever. I think I found like fifth local article, and I still haven't seen their faces. So maybe some like, some propagandizing sort of newspaper or something crazy. They did it, but I'm
See,
reading
no,
the
they're
mainstream
playing
stuff.
on local racism. They're plastering that brown-skinned person's picture. Where? Where are they appealing to racism? How are they doing that?
I mean, again, maybe they are. I just didn't see it in the 5
I
articles I
see
looked
no
at.
reason to believe. It has the status of an arbitrary assertion in my mind at this point, not worth even responding to.
Well, I think that's mostly it. I think we will cut this out as a segment. James, any last thoughts on this couple of people?
No, the war is still going on. And whatever Mr. Trump says about it being over, but it's not over, we've accomplished the mission, but we haven't accomplished the mission. We haven't. He hasn't even achieved his military objectives. And so it's madness to me that Trump is even still engaged in giving these people a 10-day time, frame, or still engaged in negotiation, given the involvement of the Houthis now, given the fact that missiles are still landing in Israel and other places, given the fact that the Iranian speaker is still hostile as can be. It is senseless for Mr. Trump to even be talking like this, but that talk is the direct upshot of the kind of pragmatism I fear that will cut this war short before we achieve the objectives that need to happen. And we have been saying since October 7th, 2023, at least I have, this war cannot be resolved until we deal decisively with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So it must go forth. It can't stop. We have to be relentless. I wish we had greater moral clarity, as we've said also since October 7th, 2023. We need greater moral clarity from our political leaders. That is to say, American and Israeli political leaders. And that in no sense can that help, and it can only undermine the cause of perfectly just war against the evil Iranian regime, which clearly does and did represent a deadly threat to Western civilization and indeed the whole world. And so my final thought is, be safe out there. Violence is still happening around the world. You can see it with the arson right in the middle of Europe. You can see it in my country in various can only be described as repeated terrorist attacks from Muslims in my country. This war is still quite hot. The bad guys are still firing missiles, and it won't be over until they will accept any terms that the West requires of them. And they're still making demands. And so until then, my friends, be safe. Be safe out
Well,
there.
just quickly, because I meant specifically about these two guys. Like, if you have any last thoughts.
Oh, well, I thought I was signing off. And I think I have to.
I know you have to leave. I wanted to do one more clip of. Well, we will be going for longer. We should be joined by Rossi
good.
In a bit. I wanted to do Finkelstein, but I don't know how much time you have.
I'll give you another 5 minutes. How about that?
All right, so we can at least start on Finkelstein. And again, this connects back to the Houthis. So this is why I wanted to check out this. I think this one is older. I think it was just posted now. But let's check it out.
Okay. I totally support the Houthis as a Jew. You said that, Norm.
Yeah,
The
totally.
Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam.
Yes, I'm aware of
How do you
that.
reconcile this?
I have no problem reconciling it for this very simple reason, and you'll allow me, you can disagree, I have no problem with that. From my first conscious moments in my own life, okay, my parents loathed the Germans. They didn't loathe the Nazis. They loathed, they hated the Germans. In fact, I vividly recall my father once recommended me a book on the Nazi Holocaust. And I asked him, what makes this book special? And he said to me, I liked it that the author didn't talk about Nazis. He talked about Germans. Now, my parents were very decent human beings. The apple did not fall far from the tree. But I could understand that sentiment. The only Jews the Houthis have known are the Israelis. It's a regrettable fact that they don't know, have never experienced any other kinds of Jews. I remember I once asked my mother, just out of curiosity, did you ever come into contact with a German who was decent? And she said to me, she thought hard, and she said, I remember one German soldier, he had a kind of guilty look on his face. That was all she could remember. One. So it doesn't surprise me that she loathed all Germans.
Okay, so he will go for longer, and we will cover that. But again, what like the
Layers
only
wrong. I mean, that is wrong on so many levels. First of all, he's defending a kind of bigotry, even if it's caused by the Holocaust. Well, no, you see, it is still irrational to blame all Germans, even for something as horrific as the Holocaust. But he's equating the existence of Israel and Israel's actions in self-defense with the Holocaust. It is what he just said there is wrong on so many levels. So the fact of Israel is the equivalent of a Holocaust. And we should expect it to have the same emotional impact on people who are not directly involved. The Houthis live at the other end of that peninsula.
yeah, not even attacked primarily. I mean,
Right,
Israel didn't
exactly.
attack Yemen first.
Exactly. The Houthis have been aggressive against Israel. Israel's never been aggressive against the Houthis until the Houthis attacked them. Okay, and besides, Israel just defending itself is the equivalent of the Holocaust. As if Israel has already done all that inspired his mother to have this attitude about German people in general. But even when it comes to his mother, who, by the way, had far more justification in a Holocaust to distrust Germans as such, guess what? It's still a kind of bigotry. There's still good German people. So what he's doing is he's in effect defending bigotry. Whether the far more justified bigotry of his own mother against Germans or the Houthis, their bigotry against Israel. And then in the process, adding a new layer on top. It's the equivalent of a Holocaust. One could understand his mother far easier in her irrational judgment of a whole category of people than I could possibly understand Israel's attitude towards, or the Houthis' attitude towards Israel. What is Israel? Has Israel done concentration camps where they grounded up Houthis and committed atrocities on them and slaughtered them in great numbers? It's unbelievable. Israel is as in his, he just confessed there, in his mind, Israel is the equivalent of Adolf Hitler in the Third Reich. That's what he said. And it was a fancy rationalization for irrational bigotry. Wrong on every possible level. Israel is not Nazi Germany, Dr. Finkelstein. Israel is not Nazi Germany. That's how detached from reality. That's what a self-loathing Jew this man is. It is despicable. He is equating Israel with Nazi Germany straight up. And in some fancy two-step defense of collective tribal bigotry. Now, his mother was far more justified, as I say, than the Houthis are, because Israel is engaged in no Holocaust against the Houthis. But he's just straight up equating Israel and Nazi Germany in some fancy rationalization for bigotry. Wow. The man is detached from reality. In fact, you can't be that. That can't be innocent. That is total dishonesty. The man is truly evil. He is lying when he answers. He knows perfectly well that Israel is not the equivalent of Nazi Germany. He knows the Houthis do not have a similar case against Israel that his mother did against Germans. And, by the way, he even at some level knows that collective guilt is wrong, even in the case of his mother. And yet he's trotting out the argument just like that. That there can be no honest way to square that circle. This is a truly dishonest man who will say anything to attack Israel. He knows perfectly well that Israel is not Nazi Germany, but he just straight up said it is. Evil.
Want to watch a little bit more?
Okay, one more segment.
Do I wish the Houthis were more discriminating in their slogans? Of course I wish it. But do I understand?
Not even like their attacks, their slogans.
Their
like
slogan.
The
Kill all Jews is part of their. I wish they
you know
were more
the unnecessary
discriminating.
casualties when you create
Genocidal,
slogans.
Racist desertion. Death to America, death to Israel, kill all Jews. And all he can say is, I wish they would be a little more, careful in their wording, because it makes me uncomfortable in having to pour out a bunch of dishonest bull to the world. He knows the level at which the Houthis have pushed him into uttering complete nonsense, totally evil, perverse, twisted view of history. And so he wishes they hadn't pushed him into this rhetorical corner so badly. That's all he's saying. Unbelievable. It's as though he confirmed what I said a second ago. He knows perfectly well that he's spouting lies. He knows perfectly well he's lying. Do I wish they were a little more discriminating? It is a demand for racist, murderous violence. And he just wishes they would be a little better with their language. Okay. No, this is...
Somebody in the chat says... Somebody in the chat says the question was about slogans. No, I'm gonna go down on you. What do you mean? The question was how do you square that? But the question obviously is not about slogans. Our problem with the Houthis is not that they curse upon the Jews. It's the fact that they actually practice that. That right now they're launching missiles into Israel. That right now they're planning to launch attacks on international shipping. Not that's just the evidence. I don't let's say the pro-Palestinian young adults that we've talked about. Them being pro-Palestinian is mostly free speech, but them going to do an arson. Well, now I'm more interested in what they have to say because they actually want to put it into practice.
That's exactly it. When Iran yells death to America and death to Israel, they follow it up with killing Americans and Israelis. Iran funds Hezbollah and Hamas. Iran actually kills Americans, service people overseas. Iran actually is engaged in the killing of Israelis and Americans. It's not just empty words. But when someone yells death to America and death to Israel, take them seriously. They mean to kill Israelis and Americans. And when you see them actually do that, don't be surprised. Hamas and Hezbollah have as built-in part of their whole program genocide. And that's what all these BS and things about Israel's self-defensive action in Gaza is a genocide. Well, that's crazy. I mean, because they warn people to get out of buildings, they move civilian populations, they feed the population, and they have no such stated intentions. And yet, for people who have stated genocidal intentions, and they follow it up with unjustifiable violence, you can't put it together. Is that it? No, Dr. Finkelstein can absolutely put this together. This has nothing to do with just the slogans. Because, by the way, Israel and America don't have equivalent slogans, nor are they the aggressors. Good Lord. No, America and Israel, unfortunately, goes way too far in the other direction to avoid civilian casualties. Iran is on purpose attacking civilian sites, both in their Arab neighbor states and in Israel. I don't know how much more detached from reality you can be than either Finkelstein or this questioner. Slogans? Yeah, well, slogans, words do matter, especially when they're followed up with action. When you have slogans that evil, that violent, that racist, then, okay, they're the ones with the genocidal intention, and their murder and their murder of civilians on purpose means that we have to take them seriously. Good God. No, America and Israel would want nothing more than peace breaking out throughout the entire region. Really, really they would. There are forces in the region, believe it or not. This hatred of Israel does not come from anything Israel or America has done. No, except existing. Except existing. There are people religiously motivated to do this. They would still be wanting to slaughter every Jew on the planet. If Israel didn't exist and all the Jews were dispersed only in other places, they would still have that same genocidal, religiously based, racist, violent intention. I don't know what evidence you'd need to show you. I mean, when their statements align and their behavior aligns and you see atrocities on October 7th, when you see civilians from Gaza pouring into Israel to commit atrocities on Israeli civilians, you have to take seriously the ideology, the words that are actually spoken. But good Lord, I'm due back on planet Earth now, so Mr. Poster, obviously nothing Israel could do or say would stop your own bigoted hatred against Jews and Israel, because no rationalization, no matter how absurd, would go without your defense. That's all I can say. Okay, with that emotional note, Daniel, I'm afraid I do have to leave. Please.
Well, I would just mention, by the way, I'm going to stop engaging with that person because they posted a few more things and I think they're absolutely dishonest, even though they show up to stream every day. Second, Razi just messaged me about something I said. Imagine having the dignitas, having the braveness to talk about what somebody else is saying while you yourself are not even on the show. Imagine that. But with that, James, thank you for joining me today. Where can people find you?
I'm at Facebook every day, James Stevens Valiant, answering questions. Hit me up over there. And if you're a paid member, you also get access to, for example, the seminar I led just earlier today on Objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand. And you get all kinds of other perks, like the Atlas Shrugged Book Club and so forth. So Ayn Rand Center UK and Facebook. Check me out there. And in the meantime, folks, be safe.
Thank you, James, for joining us today. We have one more super chat from Ex Nihilo. Thank you so much. Bringing us to, and let me quickly change that, bringing us to £65 and 79 pence. So just shy of £34 and 21 pence until our goal of £100, at which point we will turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream. And also Razi, when he'll join us, will explain why card counting doesn't work. With that, let's take a look back. Oh, we are actually joined by Jonathan Honig. Jonathan, any quick thoughts before we go to Finkelstein again?
No, I want to go to Finkelstein, and just great to be with you and our audience from all over the world.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look.
Where it comes from? Yes. And will that slogan of theirs color my appreciation of the fact that alone among the world's peoples, they are resorting to armed force to stop the genocide in Gaza? I have to ask myself the question, how would my parents have felt if this ragtag army happened to be situated on a point in the world's map where they could inflect the outcome of the final solution? And these people, this ragtag people, hailing back to the Middle Ages, they were investing all of their physical resources and moral energy to stopping the extermination.
I mean, again, like, this is a complete propagandist. He is relying on the fact that Israel is committing a genocide, which of course it's not. And then he says, whatever the Houthis do, like, Houthis can do whatever they want. They can attack international shipping, they can kill Jews, they can destroy the state of Israel, anything they want. Because what? Because Israel is defending itself. Because Jews are defending themselves. And again, trying to draw comparisons between Holocaust. There is a comparison. But the genociders are the Palestinians who tried to end the Houthis, who tried to wipe out the state of Israel, who tried to kill all the Jews. I mean, the fact that this guy is like a respected expert on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as on the pro-Palestinian side, shows you how incoherent the Palestinian side is, how incoherent that side of the argument is. Jonathan.
I think one of the reasons he has so much gravitas and impact, frankly, is that his last name is Finkelstein. Finkelstein?
It's one of those.
I think that there's an audience for members of the tribe, as they say, who hate Israel, who hate the West. And, you know, we see this with comedian, what's his name? Dave Smith, right? I mean, comedian Dave Smith is very much, I think, plays to the same audience, and member Jews or people who were born Jewish who are ready to hate Israel and ready to hate the West have a very welcome audience and a built-in audience, it seems, among anti-Semites who, are looking for, more fodder to and not evidence. So I think that's part of why he has the audience that he does. Simply his history and his name.
Yeah, I mean, in some way there is this thing of, I mean, it's tribalism, right? Like, we get the person of that tribe to talk on our behalf. That's why, one other person we talk about a lot, Candace Owens, I think, became like prominent member, like black conservative woman. It's like, oh, this is somebody we have to get everywhere and to talk about. And yeah, it's the same kind of tribalism. We are joined by Razi.
Hey guys, so a couple of things from the Finkelstein video. First of all, I remember.
I can't hear a word he's saying. I don't know if anyone else can.
I can. I mean,
Oh,
he's
man.
echoey, but no, we can hear you.
Is it echoey though?
Yeah, I mean, you're using a.
Yeah, I don't have the microphone with me. But
I mean, echoey as in like echo in your room, not from our
oh,
microphone.
all right. Yeah, sorry, you'll have to live with that for today's stream. But so with Finkelstein, I remember this documentary about the British National Party, which was a white supremacist party. I think it's still around, but it had kind of its a few years of somewhat prominence. And in the documentary, there was a Jewish person there who explained why he joined the party, and he was attacked at some point by a few black guys, and basically that was his reason for racism. And that is Finkelstein. Like that's him explaining racism. It's loud and echoes. All right, I will speak sort of lower volume, but
I can put you down.
all right, but yeah, the difference here is, and there is no justification, not for Finkelstein's mother hating all Germans, and not for this Jewish person hating all black people, but he's not even, he's talking about the Houthis have only experienced Israelis, and I think you touched on this. They've never experienced Israelis. They've never experienced any Jews, in part because Yemen, has been backwards since the dawn of time, and also massacred many of its own Jews, and whoever remained either was kicked out or left and went to Israel. So nobody in Yemen has had direct experience with Jews, except people we want to kill who are far away. So we need to have missiles that can travel that distance. So that's on that point. We didn't hear the original quote, but the guy, the person in the audience who asked the question, mentioned, you said as a Jew, and I imagine he did say as a Jew, because all these anti-Semitic Jews, the capos, which we sometimes compare these people to, but then I always somewhat take it back, because capos weren't doing it sort of as a Jew. They were doing it as a person with a gun to his head. I'm choosing other innocent people to die rather than me, which is an impossible choice for any human being. And these Finkelsteins of the world, the Zach Goldsmiths, we're going to talk about Zach Goldsmith and the Green Party in the UK later on in the show. They have a choice. They are doing this because they are genuinely evil human beings, and they're doing it sort of out of bigotry that does happen to include them as people they are bigots against. But yeah, make no mistake about it. The as a Jews are absolutely bigots, and Norman Finkelstein is one of the world leaders in this sense. I'm still here, but I'm going to see if I can somewhat solve the echo problem.
Well, unless you knock down a few walls, I'm not sure how exactly. Bulmo sent us a message on the website. He said, can somebody get this man cocaine to balance out the horse tranquilizer he's on? I think, well, I've heard Finkelstein say once, like, why he talks slowly. He tries to choose his words very deliberately. He has an appreciation of concepts. So I think that was mostly his explaining of, trying to choose his words carefully. I don't know how. I mean, if that's what happens, if that's choosing his words carefully, then he's very careful propagandist, very careful Jew hatred. It's very calculated. I mean, again, his problem with the Houthis is, they're a bit too non-discriminatory with their slogans. Not with their rockets, with their slogans. Because they say all the Jews instead of just the Jews we hate.
Yeah, and look, we know why he's speaking slowly, and we always point out that these people who hate Jews are not like good people overall and just evil in their hatred of Jews. They have a certain worldview, and this guy certainly has the Platonic philosopher king view of humanity, and he sees himself absolutely as a philosopher king. And yeah, that means the rest of us are stupid and can't really comprehend what he's saying. So he's not talking about deep philosophical, difficult to understand stuff here. He's talking about very straightforward stuff, but he's doing it very, 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 very slowly because he thinks we're all idiots. Yeah.
By the way, somebody says he couldn't pronounce Conricus. It's not that he couldn't pronounce Conricus. He purposely said his name wrong because he repeated it multiple times. And then he just started referring to him, I think, as Jonathan or as the other panelist or as the other host or something like that. He does it on purpose. For some reason, it's his like tactic to like call people. Maybe it's supposed to be like base, like, oh, I don't even know your name, but I'm gonna go on a panel with you.
Yeah, it's a type of insult that people who get into debates but know they don't have intellectually a leg to stand on do this. So we saw this with him in that debate with, see, now I'm forgetting, but Destiny and the other people who were there. And yeah, look, me forgetting it now is maybe somewhat of an issue as well. But you actually go into a debate with people, you're across the table from them. Yeah, learning their name is a basic thing. And if you don't get it right and they correct you on it, you then correct yourself. Most people have like a pen and paper with them when they do such stuff. You can write it down. It's okay to write stuff down. But no, this is intentional. Jonathan, I know you're a big fan of the 1984 capitalism versus socialism debate between Leonard Peikoff and John Ridpath, and two socialists in Canada. And that was the thing they did. The socialists, they mispronounced Peikoff's name in multiple ways, and I don't think they ever got it right. And if they did, that was probably an accident.
I don't remember that part from '84, but I do remember Dr. Peikoff and Dr. Ridpath's confidence and their mastery of the material and their effortless delivery. And it's such a contrast to Finkelstein, who always just seems so unhappy. And I think your analysis, Razi, is pretty spot on in terms of kind of the as a Jew who always seems to be on Piers Morgan or somewhere whenever there's an opportunity to shit on Israel.
Yeah, and they do always remind us they're speaking against Jews as a Jew. Bonnie says, think of meeting him in real life. Yuck, I just don't have the time to spend on him getting through a whole sentence. Moody says, Mr. Borelli. Yeah, there were so many. Daniel actually, I'm sure, remembers the real name of Destiny. And you could, by the way, when somebody uses a name, that like Destiny, you could say, you could probably refer to them as Destiny. Like, I think it's okay. Wrestlers in the ring refer to each other by their wrestling name. That's not offensive to anybody, but it's certainly an attempt to offend somebody if you constantly get their name wrong and aren't even consistent with the way you get their name wrong. Thank you, Catherine, for the super chat, the super sticker, and thank you, Catherine, also for being a member for 3 months, a member of the YouTube channel. Catherine says, thank you for the talks. I'm learning a lot here. Thank you. And we will continue to provide as much of this content as we can. Moody says, like Zach Polanski. Zach Polanski will feature in this stream soon in the Defeat the Far Right, or whatever it was called, protest yesterday. We will have video.
I've never even heard of this guy, but I'm scared to even get to this video. But
Well, you should be even more scared because it's not some random anti-Semitic Jew that the Piers Morgans of the world introduce us to. This is a guy who leads the Green Party in the UK, and the Green Party is second in the polls, and at least according to the polls that they like to highlight, they are getting closer to first. And well, when we talk about it, we'll talk about some of maybe, I don't know if we lost Jonathan or if he left just from what I've said so far about Zach Belansky, but yeah, which is understandable. But yeah, these are people with a real shot at power here in the UK. And if you're scared, you should be.
Let's finish them up. Well, we still have like 3 minutes.
How would my parents react? Would they ask, what are their political slogans? I don't think so. That's my honest reaction. I'm not trying to be rhetorical with you. You asked me a concrete question, that's how I reasoned it through.
And we should be clear that that blockade that blockade that the Houthis have imposed is circumvented by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, which has created a land corridor to supply Israel with its vacuum cleaners and consumer goods. Next question.
Disgusting. Why are not the other Arabs also trying to kill Jews? Why do they want to have some sort of peace with Jews? That is absolutely disgusting. The Houthis are the only true Arabs who actually go out and kill Jews. That's what makes a good Arab.
Well, I love too how like consumer goods is like shat on, like, oh, consumer goods. That's the worst of all possible goods.
What kind of goods?
Consumer goods, right? That's just something for luxury. That's just something to, that's like that's almost part of the slur.
Yeah, and I love how he uses vacuum cleaners as the example of it. Like, yeah, these rich Jews and their vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, and I mean, again, right, what is he saying? The Jews are defending themselves in Gaza, so the Houthis should attack everybody's ships across the world, including, I mean, literally everybody. I think they took even a Chinese ship at some point. Like, attack the whole world because the Jews are defending themselves. And that is the right thing to do. And again, he tries to like go back to just a slogan, which again, I think the slogan or the reasoning why he brought it was mainly to like point towards the actual things they are doing, not specifically like the only bad thing about the Houthis is the slogan. But otherwise, great. No, it's they are putting the slogan into action, which Finkelstein is of course ignoring. Not ignoring. Well, yeah, ignoring, evading.
Paul, if it's called a theater mirror, then yes. Yeah, streaming from home. Usually I blur my background if it's Zoom, but I tried it before entering this stream on StreamYard, and it will make my whole video lag. So yeah, you get to see. Well, if I stream some more from home, we'll figure it out. The background will change.
Yes, please do.
In your characteristically slow and pointed speech pattern, Yisrael Chai.
I don't understand the relationship of those two statements, but okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, so the answer to I'm Israel Chai, what does it mean exactly? Is like, I'm trying to remember.
The people of Israel live.
Yeah, so the answer to the people of Israel live is we will kill you Jews and we will take over. That's what Free Palestine means. And that's what their answer to that.
Yeah, by the way, I love that we have trolls in the chat for several reasons. So the anti-Semitic Irish troll that is here frequently and mostly tells us how Jews are evil. Earlier today told you something about how how the Romans were right to get rid of the Jews, or whatever it was, now says Norm Finkelstein is a real Jew, unlike these capos of Western imperialism. So they hate the Jews, and they don't say Zionists and stuff like that. But then the good Jews are actually the real Jews. Then again, you hate the real Jews because you use the word Jews. So yeah, following any sort of consistency or logical pattern with these people is a mistake on the side of the listener or reader. We have a new troll in the chat who says, Houthis are the ultimate anarcho-capitalists Ayn Rand would approve. I love when these people who have probably never read a full quote by Rand, let alone any essay or book, come to Objectivists and explain objectivism to us. Thank you. Keep doing it. It is good for the algorithm. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if I want to say something, because, like, do I have to defend, like, the anarchists or something? Like, no, they are not. They're authoritarians. Now, anarchism, at the end of the day, is also authoritarianism, but at least it's a different ideological starting point. Like, I can say that anarchism will always devolve into autocracy or authoritarianism, but at the very least I can acknowledge that somebody is maybe like a genuine anarchist, being on the the so-called capitalist side, or let's say the right, or the anarchist on the left. I can at least acknowledge that they have a desire to maybe have anarchy, and simply it's simply not possible. I mean, anarchism isn't it isn't something you can achieve in any way. It will always deform into some sort of authoritarianism. Be it maybe on the left, some kind of vanguard party takes over, or be it maybe on the right, a complete society collapse, and even no central government at all, and just a bunch of gangs fighting together against each other.
Yeah, and this troll follows up and proves me wrong in engaging with him, but let me be the good capitalist that I try to be and ask Daniel to remind us where we are on the Super Chat goal. We started off very strong, and we are more than 3/4 of the way to the Super Chat goal. Again, it is the end of the month, which means Super Chats that come in today, tomorrow, or Tuesday we will get those funds at the end of April. So it is always appreciated, but it will be more readily available to us in these next few days. And we are going to keep this going for a while today. So you also get, for less than £24, the removal of ads for the rest of the stream, and me explaining, which I would really like to do while Jonathan is here, because he's actually a finance guy, why you should not plan your future finances based on the idea of card counting and blackjack, because you can't do it. Jonathan.
Well, just to, I'm not looking at the chat, but to the person who claims that Ayn Rand doesn't want government. I mean, Dr. Brooke, I think, once said that government is it's not a necessary evil, it's a necessary good. And I completely agree with that. I mean, government, thankfully, has a monopoly over the use of force, and the right kind of government protects your rights, allows you to thrive, allows you to succeed. And when someone violates my rights, I don't want to call the local gang leader. I want to call the objective, rights respecting government. And in the Middle East, that's Israel. People kind of portray Israel as this very religious state, and it's anything but. It is a modern, secular, technologically advanced, rights respecting, pluralistic country, which has thrived because of its ideas. And it's surrounded by these mystical Islamist religious theocracies which, as Rand pointed out on the Donahue show 40 years ago, basically have stagnated. And that's true now 40 years later. So, even if you know nothing about the history, if you know nothing about, any religious or like a wartime history, know that Israel is the rights respecting modern country in the Middle East, and its neighbors are all the Islamist fascist theocracies, which hang gays and don't respect property rights at all. So whose side are you on?
Yeah, and by the way, somebody said, or that person said, I read all of Atlas Shrugged. You read a book. Why are you saying it like this is like you read a book? That's amazing. I don't know why the was important. By the way, I just noticed.
And you left out the completely original insult that nobody has ever levied on Objectivist. I read it, but then I grew out of it. Good for you. We see you. We see what you grew into. So, well done.
And since I already brought this book up, we right now have Atlas Shrugged book club going on. As you can see, it is a relatively thick book, and therefore the sessions are also long. We usually do 1 hour a week, so become a ARCUK member to join those discussions. We are currently on session 82 is gonna be tomorrow, so session 82. I think we are at part 2, chapter 4. So yeah, still time to join.
Yeah, out of 3 parts, by the way. So yeah, for people who haven't read it, you can read it. You can catch up with those sessions in, depending how quick a reader you are, weeks, unless you also want to watch all the sessions, which will then take long.
I think it would be about 450 pages, at least in my copy. So a bit to catch up, but it's a good book. I think like Atlas Shrugged is a book. Once I went into on like a holiday where all I did was I played a game on my phone, and when my battery ran out, I went to read Atlas Shrugged, and I think I read all of Atlas Shrugged in like a week, basically just playing a game and switching to Atlas Shrugged. So it's a captivating book. All right, more Finkelstein. I mean, I don't. There's like a minute left, but I don't know how much they will say.
I want to speak honestly to you. If it does go somewhere, and I do believe a problem is lurking now, if it does go somewhere, it's of your own making. You've gone too far. They said already, a book I wrote in 2008, the title was taken by something written by Gideon Levy, referring to Operation Cast Lead. And the title was, This Time We've Gone Too Far. And Cast Lead is now a pale, pale, pale comparison to what's happened to the people of Gaza. And I don't say
that's great news, by the way. And that's something that supporters of justice will celebrate, but also keep in mind how wrong Israel is. As I like to say, it's moved from first gear into second gear, but nowhere near enough. And yeah, Bonnie, I wrote that down as well. He says, I want to speak honestly to you, which is such a weird preface to something you say towards the end of a Q&A after you've been sitting there the whole time. But we know whether there is the preface, I'm now speaking honestly, or whether there isn't, he is never speaking honestly. He is dishonest, low life of a human being. And looking at past operations in Gaza, this happened, and we spoke about it, ever since we've been around as a company, as a channel. From time to time, the Arabs, in specifically Gaza, would be successful in killing Jews, whether it's through getting into Israel and killing people, or whether it's from rockets that they shot and were usually unsuccessful, but sometimes were successful. And then Israel from time to time would do a little bit of an operation and kill some terrorists. Some terrorists would successfully hide behind civilians and get those civilians killed. And then Israel would leave, and of course Israel would be condemned around the world for everything it does. And on October 7th, and we said this on the channel, like on the first few days, Israel will probably do a bit more than it has done before, but won't do what needs to be done. And we knew that by October 9th when Gaza was still around. But yeah, remember, Israel, unfortunately, and this is the real crime of Israel in Gaza, went out of its way to keep the savage population in Gaza alive, to keep them well fed, to keep them well fueled, to make sure they have what's needed in order to continue the fight of killing Jews. And this is why this is the front that Israel, other than the Houthis, which Israel wasn't prepared for, this Gaza is the front on which Israel has been least successful, or even though on paper it's supposed to be the easiest one. They don't have military bases in Gaza. They have civilian population behind whom they hide. They don't have even what Israel has in Lebanon when they were fighting in South Lebanon, which is just whole communities that are just terrorists. In Gaza, it is a whole community that's a part of the war, but some are terrorists, and there's more civilian population there than there is in Lebanon. So it is unique in the sense of, if you want to fight with these rules of engagement that tie your hands behind your back, Gaza is a place where you not only can't win, your ultimate results will be further away from victory than they are elsewhere.
Somebody in the chat says, considering he always get the opponent's name wrong, they should start calling him Frankenstein. Which actually brings me to the question. Razi, have you read Frankenstein?
I have not.
Well, I have. Well, specifically on that, that's a funny quip. Because yeah, Frankenstein is, of course, as people know, Victor Frankenstein is the doctor, while Frankenstein's monster is the actual thing or being he creates. No spoilers though. I'm only about halfway through, so I still have to finish reading now. And what's interesting about Finkelstein is what did he say? Right now, Jews went too far in defending themselves, and the Arabs or the Palestinians or whoever, they won't stand for Israel to defending itself too much. What is he saying to the Jews, right? It's lay down your weapons and let them kill you. That way, they will respect you. They will like you, Jews, if you simply decide to end yourself. This is how, I've recently seen, this is how people like Hassan Piker, people like Finkelstein would like to end anti-Semitism. Because by killing Jews, all of them, anti-Semitism will end. Because there will be nobody else to hate. Somebody says, or Chandler says, the GD monster is called Frankenstein. God damn it. What's the GD monster?
God damn.
Well, yeah, but what is it?
You understand Chandler's humor. You guys have...
Oh, goddamn. Why is he... Oh, is it too busy? You're too busy with your life that you cannot say goddamn. You have to say GD. We just have so little time in our lives that we have to abbreviate. God damn it.
YouTube sometimes doesn't like certain comments. That would be my guess there.
That's fair. And also, it's not called Frankenstein. It's called Frankenstein's monster. We have like 10 seconds of this. I guess we can finish. We can also do some outro, so I'm thinking this might be a segment.
With glee, I'm just saying, if you do go somewhere, it's of your own making.
Oh, so Houthis killing Jews is of course Jewish fault.
Yeah, and PC, by the way, that's why I also disagree with your earlier comment, even though it's in a super chat, which doesn't change whether it's right or wrong. And that's, the thing with the church in Israel, on its own, that's not going to increase anti-Semitism. And I think Daniel and James touched on it. I mean, in any way, it's not going to increase anti-Semitism. What is going to help existing anti-Semites or people who are, have kind of a bigoted way of thinking and need something to use to justify it, is they're going to jump on the way it's being reported, not on what actually happened there. There's a reason they report in this way. It's not a question of hoping. It's a question of, can this actually increase anti-Semitism? No, it's not a possibility, because what is the problem there is it being reported dishonestly, and it being reported. But here's the thing: even if Israel actually does something that's genuinely wrong, that's not going to increase anti-Semitism either. Like, you can actually oppose the state of Israel on something it does, as we do on this channel all the time. And if you are then, accusing all Jews of whatever Israel does, that is a form of anti-Semitism. And we know that the anti-Israel crowd does that, but they're already almost by default, the anti-Israel crowd is an anti-Semitic crowd, because they're not critical of something specific that Israel does. They're critical of the existence of Israel as a Jewish state and the fact that it is actively attempting to prevent a second Holocaust. All right, Daniel just took a bite out of something, so I'm going to continue. Jonathan, do you have anything to add?
Well, only that ARCUK does yeoman's duty in introducing the world to so many just awful pieces of humanity, and Candace, Norman, and so many others. But we're keeping an eye out and keeping it focused on ideas, because that's what moves the world. So that's why we evaluate them and we talk about them, and we thank our global audience for their support.
PC, I would refrain from arguing with such people on Facebook unless it's when I reply to tweets, it's always is this, like, is an audience of others going to see this? Because the people who the person called you a liar and then made shit up, okay, by saying synagogues are open and this is specifically against Christians. So what are you going to do? Say, no, you're a liar, and then he says, no, you're a liar. There's no point generally in talking to those people, and but there is a point sometimes in talking at these people, and we do that here on this channel. And by the way, Jonathan, wait till I introduce you to Zach Goldsmith. It's going to be a brief introduction. It's not going to be you're not going to get the too much of him, but actually we're getting to that next, I think, right? Because if either of you have anything to add on Finkelstein, go ahead. And then Daniel, the last three things I sent you, let's start from the first one I sent, and then the second one, and then the third one is a different topic.
Is Victor Frankenstein Jewish? It's the whole book. I feel like somebody could find some anti-Semitic conspiracy in that book. It's like, oh yeah, it's these Jews creating life out of nothing or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's like a slight spoiler. So, can I spoil a book from 1820?
If anybody objects to the spoiler, let Daniel know in the next few seconds in the chat. Moody, no, I haven't seen Ami's Candace yet, but that sounds like something we should watch later on in this episode after we have enough of the people that we're going to watch soonish.
You can also watch again Ami's Your Own Brook.
I haven't watched it yet. You sent it to me on TikTok, and I'm not going to sign into TikTok to open it.
You can just look that up on the webpage, I think.
Um, it was going to open on TikTok, and I moved on from it. But anyway, we should see. I would love for Ami to do Zach Goldsmith, but let's see something even worse than that. Zach Goldsmith doing Zach Goldsmith. This was yesterday at the PC. You might know the name of this protest. It was something that had far right in it because, by the way, it's interesting that these people, if you listen to the left, there isn't actually such a thing as the right. There's only the far right. I never hear them talk about any parts of the right that aren't far. Okay, and Davy Boy says, by the way, I have received the T-shirt and I'm wearing it now. It's nice. Awesome. If you're on Twitter, tweet yourself with that T-shirt and we will retweet it as long as it is appropriate in every other way. But yeah, okay, so Paul asks if I've heard about the vile doctor. You mean Rame Ladawan, whatever. Yeah, this is not me insulting her Finkelstein style by not remembering her name. I don't care, but if I know it, I will try to read it correctly. Yes, I've seen her on Twitter. I don't know for how long, but I think since early on after October 7th. I don't know what to say except Israel is now about to pass the bill, or hopefully is about to pass the bill where terrorists get a death sentence. The UK should consider following suit. All right, let's watch what happened on stage. Yeah, Paul, she's been arrested and charged, but you're forgetting another part. She's also been released on bail after the 5th time she was arrested. And like I always said, these people, these vile people should be allowed to express their vile views. But also, since, there is a very serious problem in this country with Islam and its practitioners. If there is a possibility to kick her out, I would take it. And I would like. Anyway, Romancing the Trolls says, alarm, someone in UK must have waved a British flag. Moody says it was something like Together Against Fascism or the Far Right. It was definitely Far Right was in the title. Okay. Let's watch a short clip from it. Maybe we will try to find some more clips later on, but let's just take a quick look at the Green Party today. And this is one aspect of it, I have to say. Just before Daniel plays it, the person in the middle with the white shirt and the microphone is party leader and prospective UK Prime Minister Zach Goldsmith. And next to him is Hannah. Somebody in the chat can remind me her name, who recently won a by-election, is now a member of parliament. She won in a close contest, or maybe it wasn't as close as it was projected to be, against Matt Goodwin, who was running for the Reform Party, which is leading the polls. And this was a significant by-election. It's no doubt that she is a hero of these people, but she's neither her nor Zach is a hero among the entirety of the Green Party base. Abschmidt asks, is this a pro-Palestinian concert? It's a Unite Against the Far Right or whatever protest. So yes. Let's take a look at this clip and continue. Wait, Daniel, I can't hear it. Can you make the volume? I think it's very important that we hear the words.
Can't make it louder. So just listen closely.
Okay, unfortunately, I can't hear the profound words of Zach Goldsmith, but I want to just show you, that is, again, the leader of the Green Party. Let's show you the second in command of the Green Party. Daniel, that is the next clip that I have.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I mean, it's a different kind of green.
Yes.
not be silent. We will raise the voice of Gaza. We will raise the voice of Palestine. Allahu Akbar!
Yeah, I don't know if you caught it there. I didn't the first time I saw it, but you see the kafia is also shaped on the side the way Arafat did in the map of Israel, just in case anybody thinks, as apparently whatever's left of the Israeli left thinks, that all these people want is for Israel to return to the 67 indefensible 67 borders and abide by UN resolutions 242 and 338. No, they want Ul Palestine, as Arafat used to say, as in get rid of the only Jewish state on the planet to replace it with a 20 however manyth Arab totalitarian regime.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just cannot wait until they start chanting like the Jews will not replace us or something, like come a full circle. Like, what is the difference between like this kind of anti-Semitism and the neo-Nazism or the neo-Nazi anti-Semitism that we've seen here for so long? It's absolutely the same thing, and they wanted the same thing. They want all of Jews to be gone. Like, and again, it's about every single issue is a Palestinian issue. It's absolutely disgusting.
Jonathan, did you take a look at both of those clips, and are you feeling any FOMO from not being able to vote in the UK, since you won't be able to vote for the party that, again, those are number one and number two respectively in that party?
I mean, the state of the politics worldwide is alarming. And, especially as someone who worked on a book inspired by Miss Rand, a new textbook of Americanism, the ideas of the West are very much on the defense now. And guys like Finkelstein and comedian Dave Smith, I mean, they're seen as, the rebellious, talking straight, realist, new progressive voices. And, being supportive of Israel now is seen as being, antiquated, maybe like a boomer thing, certainly evil, right? I mean, they're the ones committing the atrocities. So, ideas move the world, and there's a hell of a lot of bad ones dominating the culture worldwide right now.
By the way, I want to read this comment by the Irish anti-Semitic troll in the chat, who says, "I wish these butt pirates would not support Palestinians." No, I assume the Irish anti-Semitic troll is not Muslim, but I'm not 100% sure. But in either case, it shows you this movement in a nutshell, and it shows you what kind of future they have, and it shows you how important it is to learn history and to also use your mind and think, because when I see this, the first thing I think about is Iranian communists who fought against the Shah and were like, we need to replace him. He's a dictator. We need to replace him with something better. Let's fight along our brothers in arms in opposing the Shah, the Islamists. And again, you can ask those communists how that worked out for them, but you're not going to get an answer because they're dead. And if those people on stage with Zach Goldsmith think they're going to do that in the country where number two in the Green Party is in a position of power, then I really, you're going to basically be, the Vivian Silvers of this country. And if you want to know who Vivian Silver is, and you don't know from me mentioning her all the time, go to our Substack and read my article on Vivian Silver. Daniel, if you can put that in the chat, so to make it easier. Yeah, Paul says anti-Semitic and a homophobe. Shocker. Yeah, I mean, again, those people dancing on stage with Zach Goldsmith in thongs and what have you are also anti-Semitic and not homophobic. So it's not all of them, but it is, it is. Paul says Vivian was a fool or misguided. I don't accept that. I mean, we can't say about all these people they're misguided. She came to Israel, nearly 50 years ago to fight the good fight. She was I think, on the board of B'Tselem, right? She was a part of this idea that when Arabs say they want to kill all the Jews, it's just a misunderstanding on their part of what they actually want, which is Israel abiding by UN resolutions 242 and 338. And that's all there is to it. And once that happens, it'll all be over. And she very much learned, as the last thing she ever did was to learn just how bad her mistake was when they burned her alive so badly that she wasn't recognized. She was presumed taken hostage for over a month until parts of her remains were identified. And that is what the future holds for the Zach Goldsmiths of the world, if they are electorally successful. Yeah, Paul, I know there's also an award named after her. I believe I mentioned that award in my article.
Who is Zach Goldsmith?
Sorry, Zach Polanski. I keep saying Zach Goldsmith. Zach Goldsmith was a conservative who ran for mayor in London years ago, and I wasn't a fan of his. He was super environmentalist. Didn't help him win the election here, but yeah. But as bad as he is, he does not deserve that type of mistake. And again, not a normal Finkelstein type of insult on my part to Zach Polanski, because there is no insult that I can accuse Zach Polanski of that's worse than calling him by his actual name.
All right, what now?
I think there's probably more we can talk about the Green Party and that protest yesterday, but maybe we should jump to the next thing and then jump back, and I will, while you guys talk about the next thing, I am going to look for more stuff from that protest yesterday. So the next thing is this tweet by Anna Kasparian, where she tweeted about a video that was AI of an Israeli soldier. From what I understand, there was an actual video of her dancing, and with AI they basically made it look like she's dancing on a Palestinian female prisoner. So one of these anti-Semitic.
Which, by the way, is obviously AI, because this opportunity to step on Palestinian women is only afforded to IDF men. So the IDF women don't get to do that. Now, I mean, how out of your mind you have to be to actually believe that?
It's look, how much of the stuff that they post is in any way real. But anyway, the problem isn't Anna not understanding this. So an anti-Semitic Twitter account tweeted, an Israeli female tweeted, obviously, tweet also written by with AI, an Israeli female soldier humiliated a Palestinian woman by covering her eyes, throwing her to the ground, and stepping on her in a degrading manner. This is one of many daily Israeli attacks, abuses, and acts of cruelty. Anna tweeted, "I would love an opportunity to spend 10 minutes in a room alone with this IDF soldier, no weapons." Now, I don't know if I sent you sort of Anna clarifying later. Did I send you the thing where she...
Well, first, this was posted by Eyal Jacobi, because she deleted it, so he screenshotted it.
Yeah. So she deleted it, and he screenshotted it, and he said something about it, and then she replied, do we have this? Hang on, let me.
Yeah.
So I can see it. Yeah, I deleted the tweet because the video was fake, but the sentiment stands. And I thought this was everything these people are in a nutshell, because the sentiment that stands is the anger and the real anger and sense of, I don't know how to describe it, but the real anger on the part of people like Anna is about how they don't get to live the way they did in the good old days, that they read about in history. And I guarantee you Anna knows history well enough to know this, where when you wanted to exterminate the Jews, they were unarmed, and it was so much easier to do it. And now these people really, they don't know how to express their anger. That's why we see Cenk almost killing himself every time he talks with the anger he talks with, because they're really angry that these Jews are now they're armed and defending themselves. Now they're defending themselves, not using anywhere near the full force that they have, at least the Jewish state, which is why there's still so much success on the side of the part of people who want to finish the job that Hitler started. But for Anna, she longs for the good old days where the Jews were unarmed and you could just kill them the way they did in Nazi Germany. By the way, Anna, if you did get in a room or an octagon with that IDF soldier for 10 minutes, much as I am with Jonathan on disliking mixed martial arts, I would pay to watch that on pay-per-view, because you deserve what you would get in that cage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak about Anna. She is like just anti-Semitic. I mean, that's it. Like, what is she talking about? What is the sentiment that stands? That she wants to beat up on women? I mean, what else is it? Oh, or okay, sorry, IDF women. She's trying to be so edgy. I'm kind of falling out with her. I just cannot handle this. It's toxic at this point.
I'm looking for stuff actually on yesterday's protest. There's some other interesting things going on. So I will leave you and Jonathan I'm going to still be here, but I will leave you to provide the commentary for the next minute or so.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning a lot about the kind of systematic anti-Semitism that exists across the globe, with commentators left and right. And Razi's comment that kind of Cenk, I mean, on some level, I wonder, is it all just a show? I mean, Cenk blows a gasket, I think, because it's good for ratings. It gets him booked, it gets him noticed, it gets him, eyeballs. And, I wonder, that's what I just think is the most distasteful now, is that anti-Semitism is like, I think it's seen as is hip now. I think it's seen as, rebellious, and, only the squares go along with Jews, and that's like old school. Now it's really rebellious to be like Nick Fuentes and all the new right, so that's what's just so sad now, is that I think anti-Semitism has become hip, and what they're really against is the modernity of Israel. The first world, the technological advancement, the medical breakthroughs, the wealth creation of the West, and the wealth creation of Israel as part of that. And to take the side of the Islamist theocrats over Israel, I just don't get it, especially for a young person. I mean, a young person like, again, had no idea who Hassan Piker was before the ARCUK, but I'm learning. I mean, for these young people, you'd ostensibly would think that they would value free expression, that they would value, plurality of religion, etc. But, they don't. They're on the side of truly evil, and they are evil themselves.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll read this, although we already know where they stand. The anti-Semitic Irish troll in the chat says, visited Dubai recently, beautiful city, no gay prides. Yeah, Dubai, as we point out on this channel frequently, the UAE is the best of the Arab countries. It is a country where women from the West have made the mistake after being raped of going to the police and reporting that rape and then getting arrested because they had sex outside of wedlock, and the fact that they did not consent does not matter under UAE law. And yeah, I'm not being sarcastic when I say it is the best of those countries. That's just in terms of, comparing to the others, that is still the best. And yes, I don't know what exactly the laws are on homosexuality, but I guarantee you if anybody tries to do a gay pride parade, they will never be heard from again. So that is what the anti-Israel people long for. And they are, for some reason, so many of them are still in the West. This is what really scares me is, and this is what I will repeat every time we talk about this war. If we stay the course, if Trump does not chicken out, the Iranian regime will be gone. But the enemy the enemy within, I don't know how we win that war in I don't know how much time we have. This is very, very scary. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is the battle of ideas, and makes me think of what, there's that wonderful story of Dr. Peikoff reading, I think, like the rough draft of Atlas Shrugged, and saying, oh, well, the battle is over, everyone's going to read Atlas Shrugged, and it's the world will be rational and everything is going to be done. And I believe that was in the 1950s. And, the battle for ideas, it continues. And I'm not going to say I fear that reason is losing, but I feel in many ways as if, on issues like abortion, on issues like trade, and I've talked about this before, and Israel as well. I feel like, at least in America, I can't speak for what's going on across the pond, but in America, I feel like we're edging backwards on a lot of these key fundamental issues that have defined the West for a long time.
By the way, Daniel, speaking of Muslim countries and their approach to sexuality and the spectrum of it, did I send you this video from the Young Turks from way back, or did I just intend to? Did I send you something yesterday or the day before?
Yes, from Anna.
Right. That is good. That is a good one. Wait till you see it. Let's do that after the recent stuff I sent you. The recent stuff I sent you about the rally. I'm laughing because the anti-Semitic troll from Ireland does the Finkelstein thing of misspelling my name repeatedly and in different ways. I am so offended. I will, only because of that, I will choose not to visit Dubai. I'm just about to buy my ticket, but yeah. That's unfortunate for Dubai tourism. They will have to do without my money. All right, Daniel, let's take another look at a bit longer video of what is going on stage there from a different angle.
He's ready to make life normal again. Who is here for love, unity, solidarity? And who is here for DJ, Gortat, and Dean?
you notice how whenever these people are out on the streets on the weekend, always out of real concern about horrible things that are happening, like a genocide and the far right and all these things, are having so much fun. Like the anti-genocide protests, if it wasn't the world's most despicable people, it would look like enjoying themselves or dancing. They're partying. I'm not one to talk about dancing. If I decided it's time to take lessons, Zach Polanski would not be who I would hire as my teacher, and not just because I don't want to give any money to despicable people. But anyway, by the way, I'm still with the audio, not 100% sure what was said all the time. I think something was said about millionaires, and but yeah. That is what they were doing yesterday. That's a fun way to spend the weekend.
Well, I can only dance the waltz, so I have no thoughts here.
The waltz is white supremacist, so it will be banned on day one of the Green Party's leadership. Jonathan, I keep trying to. Jonathan, when a new textbook of Americanism came to the UK, I remember him telling me at Ocon, I'm coming out with this new book. Maybe we can do an event in London. And I said, no, you're not flying out to London for an event. Like, if you're coming to the UK, we're doing a tour of the country. And we did 5 cities in 5 days. It was a lot of fun. I think it was a lot of fun. On the other hand, evidence proves I'm not sure that Jonathan also thought that, because I've been trying to get him to come back here ever since, and he just won't do it. Jonathan, if I could get you in on a party against the far right with Zach Goldsmith, is that going to get you on one of those
Polanski.
beautiful 7... what? What did I say? Did I say Zach Goldsmith again? Poor Zach Goldsmith. Will that get you on one of those beautiful 787s that United flies from O'Hare to Heathrow just down the road here?
Well, to put me up on that stage with that circus and clown show, I think I might prefer a firing squad before that would happen. But, Razi, when we had that wonderful tour that you arranged, there was excitement among young people. This is maybe a decade ago. There was excitement among young people about individualism, about the fact that their lives mattered and their happiness mattered and their future mattered. And I wonder if a progressive education has infected minds on in the UK as they have, I think, in the US. I met with a philosophy professor yesterday who's actually a law professor, who just talked about kind of the state of today's young people and how anti-West they seem to be indoctrinated from the moment they step foot in college and higher education. It seems to be just kind of what is taught. So we've got our work cut out for us. I have to unfortunately skedaddle for this afternoon, but I'll be back this week for more of our coverage, and just want to thank all of our supporters. We're here 7 days a week, for hours a day, especially since the war started, with reason, with insight, with perspective, including people from Israel. So thank you for all your support. $5, $20, 100 pounds at a time. It makes a great difference. So thanks for the support. Keep it coming, and I'll see you this week.
Jonathan, just quickly before you leave, because I don't know what my chances are, although I'll keep trying to get you back here to London. I do know you will be speaking at the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 2 in Austin, Texas, October 17th, 18th. Spark 1 was opened by Jonathan, and I thought I'm very proud of my decision to ask Jonathan to be the first speaker in Spark 1, because early on a Saturday, it was a super uplifting talk, which, by the way, you can watch by becoming an Inner Circle member of this channel. You can watch that and all other talks, 2 days of talks. And yeah, Jonathan will be speaking at Spark 2 along with several other speakers who have been announced. You can see the list on objectivism.co.uk. I will say we are extending the current early bird prices until April 15th. I know this is the second time we've done that. It will be the last time. The only reason we're extending it is because we haven't promoted it enough because we've been busy covering the war. So yeah, get your tickets early and get them for a lower price, or get them later and get them for still a price that is more than worth it. Link is in the chat and the description. And thanks, Jonathan. Anything else you'd like to promote before? All right, he's left. So I will promote capitalistpig.com on his behalf. All right, Daniel, any thoughts before we go back to Zach Polanski so I can call him Zach Goldsmith a few more times?
Nope.
Okay,
I should do a bit more. Something that is coming, and I'm wondering if it should be a new super chat goal. I will defend Tucker Carlson at some point in this show, and in this live stream, and I do want to do it, even if it's the last thing I do on this live stream.
It can't be a super chat goal because you already promised it at the beginning for free. So yeah, that will be included in the price of admission, which is free for this show, not for Spark. But yeah, all right, Daniel, the last video I don't think shows Zach Goldsmith and definitely doesn't show Zach Polanski.
Probably not.
What's going on? I had 3 coffees today, and I think that might be the reason I've been getting off of coffee.
Did you have electrolytes?
I have, yes. I had my potassium, and I put lots of salt in everything, as you know. So, but anyway, I think it's the coffee. It's the coffee, and maybe the I'm not going to call it rational evasion, but because that is a contradiction in terms. But the desire not to think about the Zach Polanskis of the world existing, let alone having potential power. Okay.
Which one? Oh, let's do this one. Well, maybe not, I guess.
Big J in the house.
Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
This is like Avengers.
This is what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
This is like Avengers, but racist.
Wait, can you show that again and then pause? Because I think there are some people I recognize I'm not sure about. But yeah, can you play it and then pause it when they show the Zach Polanski side?
Big J in the house.
Show me what community looks like.
Okay, a bit more. Bit more. Yeah, Diane Abbott. I forget her name, but yeah, okay, that's enough of these people. Yeah, Diane Abbott, by the way, is she not allowed to march right next to her ex, Jeremy Corbyn? I don't know, but yeah, Diane Abbott, who, you know, is a full-on bigot, but she's a bigot in you know, in the right way. She's a bigot against white people. She's a bigot against Jews. All these people are bigots against Jews, even the Jews.
Yeah, somebody says so inclusive. I don't think that's even what's going on. I think they just picked the most anti-Semitic people they found in the UK. And anti-Semites come in all different kinds of colors. You don't have to DEI for them. So I don't think this is even like, you know, let's make sure we are... Because, like, yeah, like, you had Sultana there, you had Corbyn, you had Polanski, so you have brown people. Is she brown? You have brown people, you have gay people, you have white people, you have all of them. But they were not picked because they are of those things. It's like, no, they are the biggest anti-Semites that you could find in the UK, or at least on the sort of left side of the political spectrum.
Yeah, PC always with the understatements. She's not nice, Razi. No, she is evil. She's a horrible, evil human being who, again, it's one of those things where if bigotry is wrong as such and was accepted as wrong as such culturally, she would not be any more prominent than Nick Griffin, the leader or former leader of the British National Party, who, by the way, endorsed Jeremy Corbyn in 2015 and or 17, no, and or 19, 17 and 19 for the years, right? I think so. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, 17 was Theresa May and Jeremy Corbyn. 19 was Jeremy Corbyn and Boris, if I remember correctly. And of course, Nick Griffin was a socialist who hates Jews. So what better from his perspective than another socialist who hates Jews? By the way, ironic of the Irish anti-Semite to be upset by being asked if they're a woman. You said you were a woman, but yeah, it's sometime in a previous show, but it's sometimes when all you do is lie, it's difficult to keep up with your own lies. So I get that. Try not lying. See how that works. Not going to take my advice, but yeah, Paul says a mathematical genius. Yeah, we've said on this show evil and stupid are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, and she is a lot of both. All right, Daniel?
Well, I have to say something. Somebody in the chat says, I prefer a soft curvy women with a ponytail. And I have to come out with this. I like fit women. I don't like the fetishization that happens with like curvy or like all that stuff. I just like when somebody's like fit, not too much. I'm trying to lose weight. I'm gonna be below 70 kilos for the first time in like 3 or 4 years. I'm close to being that. So I like slim and thin and like toned. So that's my preference.
Cool, yeah, and people follow your own preference, whatever it is. But yeah, if you like Diane Abbott, there's a lot of issues with that, not just with her appearance. I'd say she is more ugly on the inside than anyone could be on the outside. All right. Anything else, Daniel, or should we go to?
Somebody's asking, is this like Daniel's dating ad? You can contact us at ARCUK.
Okay, there's one more clip.
Wait, Anna is not curvy. When I hear curvy, I hear fat. I don't know about you, but like that's what But I wouldn't say she's like chubby or anything like that. Actually, she's like fit. I've seen her legs.
Okay, we're gonna see Anna in a bit, by the way. But before we get to Anna, there was another clip from that protest, I believe, right? And after that, there's a recent thing with Zach Polanski from today that I haven't looked into, but is interesting enough. All right.
Wait, so you want to do the protest?
Yeah, I want to show the clip from the protest, the last clip from the protest, and then let's look at that tweet that I just sent.
Man, imagine taking your kids to this. Look at that. Like,
yeah, they don't just take their kids to this stuff. They often use their kids in their propaganda. like the people they admire. The Palestinians, the Iranians use kids in their propaganda, those kids have a mind, will grow up to be able to use it, but will face much more of an uphill battle to become decent humans than anybody with a slightly below average, in decency terms, human being as a parent.
Yeah, I mean, again, Iranian flags, Palestinian flags, supporting terrorism of all sides, because it all comes back together. It's, scary. What did I say a couple of days ago? Something like, I wish there were more grown-ups in the room, so they would tell these people, like, okay, you don't talk here. Like, you have a right to talk, but you shouldn't talk here because you're talking nonsense. And I wish there were more adults in the room when these things are planned.
By the way, in the previous clip, we saw them chanting, "This is what community looks like," and I don't know if that was a look at the different colors, kind of comment, because to me, this is what every protest looks like. If I'm going to be colorblind, which morally every decent human being is, in the sense that you don't care, you don't care about skin color, it's not a part of your moral judgment, then yeah, this is what a far right protest would look like. This is what any random protest, animal rights, white supremacists, anything, they all look the same. They march, they block the road, they have some sort of posters and flags and stuff, and they chant some short rhyming slogan that's supposed to convince us all of their worldview. So yeah, this is what every protest looks like. You're not different in that sense from anybody, but you're probably worse in some senses from almost everybody. Shadow says, Razi, you should make a top 10 hottest anti-Semite ladies so we can vote. I don't think so, but
I have to ban him. We don't name trolls.
Is he a troll?
I'm not talking to that guy anymore. He's absolutely dishonest. I mentioned this.
Okay, I didn't know that's who you were talking to. Let's give him because I didn't. We'll need to talk later. I don't know what I missed, but yeah, this is someone who's kind of been on the fence, I guess. But yeah, you can tell me.
I only name members usually. Technically, technically one of the benefits of being a member is actually being called out, or not called out, but like your name might be called, which I don't think we should do that with any non-members.
That's a bit harsh. We have people, by the way,
$5.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm with you. Everybody should consider becoming a member if you get value from what we do, especially as a YouTube member, which is as the most inexpensive way to support our work on an ongoing basis. And you get, I think it's worth it just for the Razi mic drop emoji, but I'm a bit biased there. And if that's not enough, then for the upcoming Daniel emoji. But yeah, look, I also accept that people, there's legitimate reasons why people might not be able to do it, even at £5. So, yeah. Yeah, PC, I know ChatGPT knows who I am. I haven't asked ChatGPT for a while about me, but I do remember it gave different answers in the past, and some of them were better than others. Yeah, it knows which football team I support, although that's been out there for a while in different contexts. So, anyway, yeah, and people can create engagement, but again, I don't know what Daniel is referring to that happened earlier today, because while I had the show on, I wasn't watching the whole time. I wasn't paying attention to the chat the whole time. Daniel, anything else that you want to say?
Yeah, I want to be like an entitled female streamer on Twitch. It's like, if you have time to watch us 4 hours a day, you have money to support us. But I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying that's what some people would say. But I'm not gonna say that.
Secret Bass Rings, who is a member, says trolls create engagement too. That's true. There is a limit to when engagement is actually more important than decency. And yeah, I think it's a fair rule that if we accidentally say the name of somebody who's only here to troll us, then they get punished for our mistake. I think that's yeah. All right. Davy Boy is pushing us along, so they still have to get a few items. You mean items here, or do you mean you still have to go get a few more items on objectivism.co.uk/shop, where we now have a hoodie with Nikos, the Nikos Guevara hoodie. It is more expensive because it's more expensive to produce, but with everything you get there, ARCUK gets a cut, and you get to promote our work as well when you are out there wearing that T-shirt or hoodie or whatever it is that you bought. We are coming up with more stuff. There is gonna be a lot more. Yes, you could get a second T-shirt and a third. I think there's like 7 different colors, right, for Nikos Guevara and a hoodie.
For a hoodie, I think there's like 7 colors. I try to pick the good-looking ones. And I also want to put like a suggestion box on the website, so I'll try to do that for like recommendation of like what colors would you like to see. I generally try to pick the ones that I think work well or are thematic. And more designs coming soon.
Bonnie says Alejandro is a good-looking guy. Those T-shirts will probably sell as well. I don't know that we will get Alejandro's permission to use his likeness for reasons that are understandable on Alejandro's part. Paul says Galloway's live. I don't know if we're going to do that every Sunday. I don't think so. But I'm sure there are some gems there that we might discuss on tomorrow's stream. Galloway, if you're watching us, not watching you, step up your game, and we will talk about you tomorrow if it's... Oh, Monty is saying Alejandro's in the chat. Why did I miss that? Oh, yeah. I don't know what you were saying, Alejandro, though. So, is this again? Are you using the voice to text thing again? Because, no offense, the machines don't yet understand your accent. But if you want us to put your face on a T-shirt, let us know in the chat. Okay. All right. Yes. Mr. Beatty, the Nikos Guevara T-shirt will be a nice addition to whatever your current collection is. Make sure you get it. And Daniel, should we look at the latest Zach Polanski controversy? And Alejandro says I was talking about my favorite football team, and you mentioned Barcelona, but then you said a bunch of other stuff.
Of Guayaquil.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's a town or region in Ecuador. Largest city in Ecuador.
The way Maccabi is playing this season, they are soon to be less famous than whatever team you mentioned. But luckily for Maccabi, there is now a war, so the season has stopped. Israeli football, by the way, is in some sort of limbo, and there's a possibility that it's going to be restarted somewhere in Europe, and like all the teams will be moved to some city, and they'll all play it there, which is going to be interesting to see. And I would love to go actually just stay there and watch all the matches. I don't think I will, but that'll be an experience. But yes. Even if Israeli football can't continue, it's worth it. It's a good trade. No football in exchange for world peace, if this is done right and to its fullest. If he becomes prime minister, we must all immigrate. Look, some of us already are thinking of an exit strategy or an off-ramp for where this country is going. But yes, I will not stay here if Zach Polanski is prime minister.
This is a Fox News super alert!
There was a recent barrage coming from Iran, and apparently a rocket meant for Jerusalem landed in Jordan. They must have put the coordinates wrong.
I was thinking, if this is a serious news update, that soundboard thing is so inappropriate. But yeah, if it falls in Jordan, that is appropriate. Okay, let's look at this Zach Goldsmith controversy, which again I skimmed, but we are going to look at it together for the first time. Can we see the tweet? Can you click the tweet that he's replying to first, and then can we see his reply? And I will put this on full screen. So this is Nicole Lampert. Okay, she's replying to a Stop the Hate tweet talking about Polanski continuing to share his hate towards Nicole Lampert, saying this one calls herself a journalist, the entire world detests you. Nicole Lampert says, you'd think the leader of a political party would have better things to do than continuing to send hatred in my direction. My story, and maybe we should read that story, maybe on tomorrow's show, my story in which his family expressed fears about the dangerously Jew-hating place the Greens are going to, appears to have touched a nerve because he knows it's true. That's why he's attacking me in the paper I wrote it for. But you cannot attack the story itself. Let's look at Zach Polanski's reply. This looks like it might be not a small story. And look, we also know this because we know that some in his family refer to themselves as Zionists, said they wouldn't vote for him, said they were worried about what might happen. Zach Polanski, this reply from him is like an hour ago, right? Spoke to my family today, all refused to talk to you. You then started hunting down random, quote, anon relatives. People are holding your shit rag accountable. You've not just, quote, touched a nerve. You've absolutely spurred on a movement ready to take on the Daily Mail. Congrats. Okay, all right. So I just want to point out that this is much scarier than it, some politician criticizing a newspaper. In Jeremy Corbyn's campaign in 2019 or 2017, one of his campaigns to become prime minister, there was a moment on the campaign trail where a bunch of journalists are sort of trying to get a better shot or get a microphone in so that they can ask a question or whatever it was. And he says, come on, guys, cooperate. And then he changes tone of voice to something more somber and says, under socialism, you will cooperate. And, some people said maybe he was joking, but it really was. I saw that and I thought, this is a scary moment. This is a person who is revealing what we already know, but it's weird to hear it. What sort of cooperation is going to happen under their socialism and community, sort of everybody takes care of each other or whatever, however they sell their evil ideology. And yeah, Zach Polanski will go after people who express views he doesn't like in newspapers or anywhere else. We know that there are people in his family who are disgusted by him, and it's not a surprise. Many Jews like to be as a Jews, but I think most Jews are not huge fans of the idea that they should be exterminated and that bigotry against them is justified. Zach Goldsmith leads a party that does that, is proud to be, their token Jew, goes out of his way to say as a Jew when he, as a preface to his, anti-Semitic comments. The Green Party, I don't know if they passed this or are about to pass this motion, Zionism is racism. And we played that video, right, of him being interviewed and being asked, are you saying your family, like your mother or your sister or whoever it was, are racist because they self-identify Zionist? So yeah, he's a really scary, sinister human being. Who, this is the problem when you have bad leadership and you don't have really, a rational voice that's prominent in the culture. Your options become a lot of really bad options, and people look at the spineless leader that is currently in power in this country, Keir Starmer, and they think, okay, we need somebody who clearly has an ideology, and both Zach Polanski, and Nigel Farage are more ideological than Keir Starmer, and in one case, it is clearly a worse ideology. In the other, is less clearly, but still more of not a good ideology on either side. And yeah, I think bad things are coming, and I don't know how to prevent them.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's the thing with like mysticism and I mean any sort of like tribalism. Like there is no way of like reasoning out people. There is no way to out debate somebody. I recently watched, well, kind of recently, maybe like a year ago. I watched a two-part docudrama series, moreover. I think it's something like The Rise of Hitler's Germany or something like that. And wait, actually, scratch that. It was a different movie. Wait, which one was it? There was one movie or like a documentary I read, and a part of the story followed like Jewish journalists during the rise of Hitler and like the way he tried to like fought against anti-Semitism. And at the end of the and also like his friend was becoming like more sympathetic to the Nazi movement. At the end of the day, I think he simply had to like leave Nazi Germany. Like there is no way to like argue against it. What can you say? Like if somebody tells you they are racist, if somebody tells you they're bigot, what can you tell them to like persuade them out of it? There is nothing. They haven't reasoned into their position. There is no reasoning them out. So there is and I don't really have a solution. Like I don't really know what can you do it. That's why I said like when it comes to Israel simply needs to defend the Jews in Israel. That's the only safe place for Jews that there's ever going to be. I feel like because that's the only one where you actually have the government respecting the individual rights of their citizens. And obviously, the culture in Israel is almost always going to be such that rampant anti-Semitism is probably not going to be very well accepted, right? Because it is not a minority; it is a majority of the population. So, I think that's our only solution. Like we can go out and speak against these people. We can vote in elections properly. But if majority of the population or plurality even becomes bigoted, in a sense, there is no way out. Outside of, all of us moving to Israel, converting to Judaism for some people.
I'll get to PC Super Chat in a second. I want to just mention, so I was looking at The Spectator. I saw it in a supermarket earlier, and the headline kind of, the cover caught my eye, and I just looked it up now. It shows, I don't know if you can find it because I found it. Daniel, can you pull up the latest Spectator cover with Zach Polanski on it? It says "Zacked Off" as the clever headline, and underneath it says the headline article is Angus Caldwell on how the Green Party abandoned its roots, and that to me is such a big part of the problem we have culturally, which is, this. If without reading the article, if I look at the headline and also guesstimate what a conservative and reasonable as you can get from conservative magazine says, which is they've abandoned their roots. It's such they're missing so much what is actually there. What is the roots of the Green Party? I mean, the collectivism and socialism with a specific interest in ending the things that make Western civilization and humanity thrive, namely the energy that fuels us all. Those are the roots. This is something that we also brought up when people in Israel from the Green Movement criticized Greta, saying you abandoned us, and you don't understand. These people are honing in on something. They're focusing on some very, very consistent part of their ideology. So it's perfectly consistent for them to say, okay, right now let's focus on our hatred for the Jews. There is a real opportunity to focus on people that really, in so many ways, are the ideal humans. And from our perspective, what would humanity look like if the green parties of the world ruled? Okay, we would all stop using the types of energy that work, not even have them as backup for the types of energy that work intermittently. So even solar and wind would be less useful because we don't have the backup for it. We would all end up living like primitive nomads, and very close to what Palestinian society is. It's no accident that Palestinians are the cause for these people, and of course it is primarily it is hatred of Jews, and that's what drives them. But that hatred of Jews is also, as collectives, if you look at collectives rather than individuals, you look at Israel, you look at Jewish communities elsewhere, you say, okay, this collective is more successful than other collectives, so we need to hate it. This country, this tiny sliver of land in the middle of the Sea of Savagery that is the Middle East is successful. It's Western despite all these backwards people wanting to kill it. This is our enemy. And the people we should support are the people fighting against them. And nobody epitomizes these people's ideals more than the Palestinians. So The Spectator, you are wrong. People who think that the Green Party has drifted away from its original cause are completely missing the point. This is concretization of their original cause.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the same kind of like calling out hypocrisy or saying that they are not principled enough or something. You are giving into the premise. You are giving into the premise that what they say they believe, that it's correct or that it's right or that it's a problem that they don't follow it. I mean, Green parties almost always are about socialism. Socialism or Marxism are about anti-Semitism. Go read On the Jewish Question by Karl Marx. So those things are always connected, and trying to say that the Greens are not environmentalist enough. Well, thank God for that they are not as destructive as they would be fully realized. But there is still a problem, and the problem is not that they are not green enough. Again, environmentalism as an ideology, as what it is usually taken as, is not conductive for human civilization, is not productive towards human creation. It is a type of socialism. It is a type of statist kind of planning from the government.
PC, before a super chat, says, I just read Politico just had to remove a cartoon showing Trump and Netanyahu in Jewish religious clothes. And then PC, thank you for the super chat. PC says, Razi, cast your mind back to 1933 Germany after chaos. For years, we know who took power on January 30th, 1933. I fear it is coming here again. Yeah, I mean, the cultural atmosphere in the West is the reason why this channel has for 2.5 years covered this as the major issue, because it's not even coming to the West. I mean, we don't have it in its political form yet. But we have it in its cultural form already here. It's here. Look, it is mainstream. It is widespread, and it's also you always see people kind of trying to push the boundaries and see. And push the boundaries and see, okay, is this okay enough? I keep saying when we watch The Young Turks to check out the difference between Anna and Cenk. Cenk does his bloviating. Anna does the actual Jew-hating stuff, and she keeps trying to push it. And she is the pusher of the envelope. And you always see, okay, does this get enough attention, and what kind of attention? And when Anna sees that her full-on anti-Semitic comments, which are becoming more frequent, get pushed back really only from pro-Israel people. There are no people in the anti-Israel camp who say, you shouldn't say that because we're only critical of the Israeli government's policies, and we don't want to sound like we hate all Israelis, let alone all Jews. There is no pushback there, and so she keeps taking it further. She keeps taking it from the thing with the hands to the thing with the tweet. The goyim are waking up to saying, I would love to be one-on-one in a room with one of these Jews if they're unarmed, like they were in the good old days when we could just march them into the chambers. So, that is the cultural atmosphere that we're living in. It's easier to spread nowadays, and again, there's not enough, even on the side that is pushing back. There is not enough of the understanding of why fundamentally it's wrong. And I also want to say that in the context of R.G. Rappaport, who says, I respect the Germans for how they have educated the citizenry about the Nazi crimes and how they have tried to make amends to the Jewish community. I don't recognize the Europeans these days. In Germany, it's the things are not as bad in terms of anti-Semitism, but the guilt there is it is also a collective guilt, and it's specifically, there is no fundamental understanding about what was wrong about Nazism. And there are different misunderstandings of it. There are the specific things that Nazis did that are all grouped together, by the way. Gas chambers and carpet bombing cities are now the same thing. So you can't carpet bomb cities, even if those cities are united in the cause of exterminating your people. You can't carpet bomb them because that makes you a Nazi. That's widely accepted, even by Israel. But then, in Germany it's taken further, and like specifically anti-Semitism is a form of bigotry that is super frowned on because of where Germans took it in the past. But is there a fundamental understanding of the role of the mind in human life and everything that follows, and everything that follows from rejecting reason? No, and that's what scares me. We have different types of irrationality fighting each other. When we look at politics, especially when we look at U.S. politics, I often say in the U.S. Now there are basically three parties. Two of them are within the Republican Party, and one of those is kind of the best, but it's still bad. Like, they're still irrational. They're just not as bad as the others, and that is long-term very scary, because I don't think that can end well unless something better comes along. Something better might come along soon, because we are over 80% into towards the super chat goal, where we will remove ads, and I will explain why you should not count on making money in blackjack by counting cards, even though, yes, if you do it, you have an edge over the house. This is the only way you can ever do that in a casino, but you can't. And I'll explain why in less than 20 pounds. Daniel.
Well, maybe with the UK, King Charles can be our own Hindenburg and just not give the prime ministership to when Zach Polanski eventually wins the election.
Sorry, I missed that because I was reading a chat.
I said basically King Charles could dissolve the government if he wants, the parliament rather.
I'm not sure that's really a thing. I mean, it's a thing on paper, but I don't know what happens if the king actually does that. Like on paper, the prime minister goes to the king and asks to dissolve parliament when he decides it's time for an election, and he can do that whenever he wants, but really he does that, usually, when he either can't govern or if it's somebody replacing a previous one but having not been voted for as the leader of a party, so they go to seek the mandate of the people, or it's just time because it's been 5 years and you have to have an election after 5 years. But I would be very surprised if King Charles actually said, you know what, I've decided I don't like this government, you're dissolved. I think that would create a sort of what I'm sure they would call a constitutional crisis, even though there's no constitution here, and serious problems.
Yeah, and so would the government of Zach Polanski. I think at that point, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, leave options on the table.
Yeah, well, some of us would have to accelerate our off-ramp. PC says, Razi, if anti-Israel people said what you did, I would have some respect for them, but they never do. You'll have to remind me specifically what you're referring to, but Alex, I completely disagree. You should never carpet bomb, as you are saying that sarcastically. Severe waste of ordinates. Well, I don't think so. I think if nothing had been left of Gaza on October 8th, we would all be better off. But I'm with you on, we could have cut them off, and Israel pretended like they were going to cut them off until they returned all the hostages and never did. No, I think that should have been that. How do I say it? For geopolitical reasons, Israel should have carpet bombed them immediately, and if you starved them all to death, that would have been that Israel. They tried, and Israel very quickly broke and wouldn't continue with that. Bonnie says Polanski wants UBI, universal basic income, insane way to bankrupt the country. Yeah, I mean, look, it is an insane thing, but on the Zach Polanski sanity spectrum, that's one of the least insane things I would think. But Zach Polanski's sanity spectrum should become a thing that we do on this channel maybe from time to time.
Okay, what do you want to do now?
What I want to do now is reach the super chat goal, which we are 18 pounds and 81 pence away from. But that is up to our audience. By the way, if you can't super chat, what I know you can absolutely afford to do is click the like button. We only have 70 likes on this stream, and we've been here for 3 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds, and counting. So, like the show if you like the show, and that helps with the algorithm. It helps, it increases the chance that Zach Polanski will see this, change his mind, come over from the dark side, and the country will be saved. Or just more realistically, increases long-term the chances of the right ideas spreading out there, being a part of the conversation. And I think at that point, we will have won. It'll just be a matter of time. Bonnie says, thanks for covering Polanski. The more we know, the better. Yes, much like many of the people we cover here, sometimes it's very uncomfortable, but it is necessary. Shadows asks.
Hey, we don't name trolls.
We still don't. I'm not convinced that he's a troll, but okay, next time I won't name him until proven otherwise. In my mind, he's innocent until proven guilty. Razi, who do you prefer, Polanski or Farage? I
Farage.
prefer Farage. Yeah, that's. But again, that's not an endorsement of Farage. The person I prefer is Kemi Badenoch, and even her, there's a lot I disagree with. I think she's clearly better than any other party leader here. The problem is she's leading the Conservative Party, who are despicable and despicable in how they ran the country for 14 years. And I understand why it's going to be very difficult for people to vote for her. WB says he prefers Goldsmith. I don't actually, and I didn't vote for Zach Goldsmith. Thanks, Daniel. If you can leave that up as our... No, actually, no. That looks like he's fine. Zach Polanski, there is no amount of money, by the way, that him and people of his ideology can offer us for us to advertise them. We would like more advertisers, but we have a sort of a decency bar that you have to clear in order for us to consider you as sponsors. Preferring Farage to Polanski is a no-brainer because of who Polanski is, much more because of who Farage is. All right, Daniel, let's. From time to time when we talk about really bad people, I say let's have a palate cleanser, let's have something nicer. So let's have something nicer from Anna Kasparian. Yes, I'm not being sarcastic here. I'm not trying to make a joke. Wait till you see this. This is old school Anna. Back when I would have been more forgiving for Daniel's weird attraction to her. Let's take a look. This is from, early days Anna.
Pakistan is top dog in searches per person for horse sex in 2004. This isn't funny.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Donkey sex since 2007.
You're going to argue that that's not fun.
It's a serious story.
Right there in front of the computer. Horse, donkey.
By the way, is that Dave Rubin?
It sounded like him, but...
It sounded like him, but it didn't look like him. And I'm trying to think, when I get rid of this hair, half our audience won't recognize me and nobody will use the emoji anymore. And if this is Dave Rubin, it's different hair plus 16 years and whatever other changes. But yeah, if anybody in the chat can tell us if that is actual Dave Rubin, that would be appreciated. But Secret Bass Ring says when she was more normal, maybe slightly less abnormal, let's put it that way. But yeah, let's listen.
What else? That's it? Just horses and
No,
there's much more.
No, this is where it gets serious. Okay, so rape pictures between 2007 and 2009.
So horse sex, doggy sex, rape pictures.
Rape sex since 2004, child sex between 2004 and 2007, and since 2009, animal sex since 2004, and dog sex since 2000.
So are there any women, like any man-woman sex?
Let's pause. I don't know how much is left, but I do think we need to watch every second of that. Okay, somebody in the chat says it's not Dave Rubin. Thank you. It is somebody who sounds a lot like Dave Rubin, I have to say, but doesn't look a lot like Dave Rubin. I'm glad she kind of stopped laughing at child rape and whatever it was, but I don't really find the rest of it funny. But Anna and I have, nothing in common, including a sense of humor. But let's listen to the other top searches from
going on in Pakistan. Animal sex and. Go ahead, Anna. Finish the story.
So.
Oh, what's next? What else?
Is there more?
Yes. They also are number one in searches for
Come on. What is it?
in camel sex. This is terrible. This story took a turn for the worse.
Anything else we're looking for in
I
Pakistan?
can't wait till this is on YouTube. It's going to be so good.
No. Yes, that's it.
That's it?
So, yes.
What was the point of even like bringing that story? Just to laugh at Pakistanis?
I don't know what their point was. My point was to humanize Anna. No, because you see this stuff from people in the past. Now, this is not on the same scale of when we showed Tucker talking about how Pat Buchanan was anti-Semitic, because he does everything that Tucker nowadays does. This is just first of all, I've seen a bunch of old Young Turks clips surfacing on Twitter recently, and this was less bad than some of the rest that I just didn't want to bring up because and like a lot of them are sex-related stuff and the things that
I mean, they're like an edgy lefty online show from like early 2000s or like from like middle to 2000s. I mean, of course, that's like Hassan Piker did like bro like college videos about like women actors having penises and stuff. We can look that up as well if you want. I have those clips.
As long as he doesn't provide any visual evidence, we can. But yeah, that sounds like pre-Candace, and yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know what they were, but it is interesting to see how these people move. There's things where somebody says, okay, you know, I used to vote for the left, now I vote for the right, or vice versa. I can take that because you know, neither side has any ideology, and there's different. I can see rational people having voted for Trump in 2024, rational people having voted for Harris in 2024. Both very bad options. The only two options for president, and depending on what issues you find important, you could have voted for one or the other. So I get that, but these people are moving on ideology, and yeah, they would never make something like this. If the only kind of video like that they would make today is about Jews or Israel and how Israelis are rapists or what have you. So and pedophiles, because that's now the part of the anti-Israel trend. Oh man. Yeah, I now that I'm logged in, I see what Daniel is planning to play for us next, but I guess we have to take that before. And then, if we can go to...
He looks like Crowder.
He does, yeah, in this small screen that I'm seeing it, he does look like a young, tanned, mustached Crowder. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Secret bass rings. I don't know why you're blaming Howard Stern on that. But you know what? Let's talk about that after we see Hassan Piker.
Let's look at what Hassan has been up to before becoming popular.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Bro Tip. This week's Bro Tip is about bringing out the alpha male in you. A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as a top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does.
Here, okay, come on. Lady Gaga has a penis is not a Hassan Piker invention, and you know that's I'm sure she doesn't have a penis, but it's not a Candace Owens level investigative journalism.
He's in his early days, you know.
Yeah, but yeah, I also want to quickly say, Bonnie says she probably hasn't laughed in the last 15 years. Yeah, maybe she should think more about Pakistanis having sex with camels, and it'll bring back the old Anna. And yeah, actually, secret bass rings, I'm going to get back to you on the Howard Stern stuff in a bit.
Absolutely terrify me. Here's why the 5-second rule works. Because when you start thinking for longer than 5 seconds, you're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our brains. So once you start thinking with your brain, you're immediately going to psych yourself out. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time, old enough to count, old enough to mount, question mark? I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
Okay, I mean, look, they're continuing on the same. Yeah, you know what? Secret pass rings. I see what you're saying. Just yeah, I get it. Yeah, there's a look. Howard Stern. I guess the fact that he's funny, unlike whatever that was, made him sort of.
This was hilarious in like early 2010s.
Yeah, funny is not a time sensitive thing, but he could get away, and I guess he could get away with stuff in my mind. There was obviously a sort of nihilistic undertone to everything Howard Stern did, but celebrities would go to him knowing they're going to get that treatment, knowing he's going to like ask them about the details of their sex life and stuff, and they liked it. They liked it or they didn't like it, but they did it for the audience that he provided. But I can see how this is just somebody saying, you know what, this works. It got Howard Stern a massive radio audience. It then got him, was it Sirius XM that he signed with? And for like $500 million for a few years. And, this is like early 2000s we're talking. So, I guess people were thinking, okay, this is a big market. If we got a nice chunk of that, we do well. And they did do well. I don't know how much of it was from whatever that was, but it worked. And look, there's a different type of shock jock in town. It's the anti-Semitic shock jock who does this when talking about Jews to see what's going on and what kind of reaction it's going to get, and who says the goyim are waking up and all that kind of stuff. So, thank you, Vinda Lewis, for the super chat, super sticker. And that brings us to, I know you showed it, but I missed it. Okay, that brings us 17 pounds and 31 pence from the super chat goal. Daniel, do you want to talk about Tucker?
About my defense of him, or?
Yeah.
All right. So, as some people have seen, I mentioned it a couple times, Tucker Carlson recently did a short documentary called The Great Gold Scam, where he called out a bunch of conservative creators for running ads for some gold companies that I think definitely you could say are on the scammy side of like having high fees and like selling like special coins instead of just normal bullions and all that. Now the people he called out sort of uniquely were all pro-Israeli figures, which I found interesting, and now a lot of them are defending themselves, which I find even more horrifying because of the way they defend themselves. Now Tucker Carlson, the way he also ran the documentary, I think was terrible in the way of like saying that like we need the regulation to like protect people from themselves, basically, from not reading the fine print and not researching the companies they get into. And my general takeout was, I think Tucker Carlson is getting ready for a takeover of the Republican Party in the upcoming decades. basically doing sort of a long-term thing of removing or trying to remove all of the pro-Israeli figures and creating this sort of new Republican Party. But then when it comes to who is supposed to defend the classic Republican Party, I'm even more scared because of how dishonest they are, and I don't think they are good people either. So this was specifically from Lara Loomer and her trying to defend herself from Tucker allegation. I don't know if I do you want me to read the whole tweet of her? It's like
Sure.
It's like 10 paragraphs. All right, maybe we can also show it. So she posted this. This was under his. He posted. Do you want to watch the trailer? Have you watched the trailer?
I haven't watched. We can watch the trailer. I haven't. I've watched the first few minutes of it, like 2 minutes of it, and yeah, that was all.
Okay, let's check out the trailer.
Precious metals company Goldco.
The only precious metal dealer I trust.
I buy gold and silver from Goldline. We spent months looking into the gold IRA industrial complex.
Don't ignore a physical asset like
so
gold.
you see Mark Levin.
And its relationship with conservative media. What we found shocked us.
Birchgold.com/Bannon.
DineshGold.com. American Hartford Gold. I buy gold from them.
In exchange for huge payouts, some of the most famous names in conservatism have consistently over years directed their viewers to gold companies that exploit them. In some cases, these companies were outright scams with outrageous terms and shocking margins. The primary target of all of this is the elderly. But these companies and their advertising strategies are so effective that people from every walk of life have been lured and have lost millions. We spoke to the victims of this, and we spoke to the insiders. This is the great gold scam.
Any thoughts on this one, or can I read it?
No, go ahead.
All right, and so this was a response from Lara Loomer, one of the person accused. She said, now that I have exposed Tucker Carlson and successfully managed to get President Trump to disavow him, he's now attacking me for having precious metal sponsors on my show, Loomer Unleashed, even though I have exposed him for also having a precious metals company that he's also a partner in. So this is already dishonest, and I don't like it. We shouldn't like fight against like Tucker Carlson's like dishonesty with like being dishonest about him. His thing was that the precious metal companies they sponsor with are scams, are basically doing like outrageous fees and all that. The way you defend against it is not like that. So she says, let's explore Tucker Carlson's latest act of hypocrisy and lies. Tucker Carlson claims conservative media hosts who partner with gold companies as sponsors are scamming their audiences, while he fails to disclose that he is a partner in a gold company that sells gold to his viewers. So this is another thing. Like on the same video, like on this great gold scam, at the end of it, he makes an ad for his own gold company. Like these are the scam companies, and here is a good company. Now, I think anybody running ad for a gold company while you're criticizing gold companies, I think that has you have like balls of steel, and I think it's generally like a positive thing. Like I would say that's like an insane amount of like, I think, and I don't know what the right word for it is, but sort of like confidence in yourself that you don't see or that you understand that those are not the same things. Like you can have this at the same time, right? You can call out some gold companies for having bad policies and then make an advertisement for your own gold company. Now people could say, that's a sort of like a clash of interest in a little bit that you're like doing on the documentary on the gold company while running an ad. But still, it's like, this is not the way you fight against that. In another act of hypocrisy by Tucker Carlson, in his effort to harm the sponsor of Jews and Christian Zionists in right-wing media who hates me, including me, Mark Levin, Glenn Beck, and even taking shots at his friend Steve Bannon, Bannon's forum, his handle, Tucker Carlson claims conservatives are partnering with bad actors in the gold industry to scam their viewers. However, what Tucker doesn't disclose is the fact that he is also partnered with a gold company called Battalion Metals that sells gold. Tucker loves attacking those he doesn't like for doing what he himself is doing, having a gold and precious metal sponsors, and then she goes into the company. And again, it's the same thing. Like, what I don't like is there's just so much dishonesty. Like, Lara Loomer, that's the better side, right? Like, that's supposed to be like the better Republicans. Well, at the very least on the Israeli thing, right? And this is what we're getting.
And nothing else.
Well, yeah, well, that's fair. Well, but again, that's what we are. In a way, that's what we are picking. Like, there is MAGA, and there is the people who oppose MAGA, and unfortunately,
I don't put Laura Loomer. I mean, she is pro-Israel. I wouldn't put her in the camp of Ben Shapiro and Marco Rubio in a sense, and with all the criticism I have for both of them.
well, yeah, but majority of MAGA is not Marco Rubio and Ben Shapiro also.
Yeah, but yeah, as R.G. Rappaport says, Laura Loomer is crazy. By the way, yeah, that's the thing with Laura Loomer. Yeah, I would distance myself from the Laura Loomers and the Rabbi Shmuley, is that his name? Those kind of people are just not people you want arguing for your cause, because yeah, they're not good.
Somebody says the word I'm looking for is chutzpah, and actually it does kind of fit. Although I don't know if that word has negative connotations, because I don't necessarily mean in a negative light. But yeah, maybe this wasn't as big of a deal. But basically, that was my sort of like defense of Tucker. Like, at least one criticism of him that I've seen of this documentary has specifically from Laura Loomer has been very dishonest when it comes to, especially for something that I think my analysis of it was great. The fact that I think he straight up is attacking pro-Israeli figures, and these gold companies were a convenient way of basically attaching scamming to the figures he doesn't like.
Okay. And I have no comment on the content itself because I don't know it. But yeah, if the people, if the people standing up to the Tuckers of the world or the Laura Loomers of the world, we are in big trouble. There's a couple of comments here that I wanted to address. Somebody in the chat, I'm not going to name them because Daniel will be upset, says, I would find it interesting if he runs for president, though. This is speaking of Tucker. And Secret Bassring says, I think he would only bring more attention and therefore criticism that would further discredit his reputation. Don't forget what a joke it was that Donald Trump is running for president. Like, everybody thought it was a joke. There's a famous clip from Ann Coulter that I think she wants us to remember, where she's on Bill Maher's show, and she's asked, who do you think is going to win? And she said, as of now, as of this moment, Donald Trump. And this was very early on, maybe before the first debate. The whole audience erupts in laughter, and unfortunately, Ann Coulter had the last laugh because she was a big Trump supporter before she wasn't, because he was letting foreigners into the country or something. Yeah. So people don't assume that Tucker, because you understand what a disaster it would be if he won the presidency, don't assume that that means he's not going to win the presidency. The culture has gotten much worse than it was when Trump won, and it was bad then. It has only gotten worse. Yeah. Somebody in the chat also says, do people still listen to Tucker or the Young Turks? Way more than listen to us. Yeah, that is mainstream thinking in America of all places. So yeah, that's why it's important to talk about these people and to present something that is a real alternative, because these people aren't alternatives to each other. They're two sides of the same coin. However far you go in whatever direction, Yeah.
By the way, Tucker Carlson is currently at 5% on Polymarket on being the Republican nominee for 2020.
That is a lot. That is terrifying as hell, considering he's not a politician at the moment. He's not announced that he's running for. I mean, if he now announces, that is going to go up immediately just by the fact that he announces, right? So the 5%, it factors in that it is less likely that he will run than it is that he will not run.
Well, factors in it's how many people think he will become one, right? That's essentially what it is saying. I mean, right now,
5% that he'll what? Win the election or the nomination?
Nomination.
Yeah. Look, the 5% is it factors in the assumption that he's not going to win. So him now announcing, it goes up. Like if he announces,
sure. Well, it goes up. You're saying if it's some automatic thing. If he announces it, people will buy more yes votes on it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then it goes up.
Yeah, but it's you kind of have a mystical view on it.
How so?
Because it's people buying yes or no. We don't know their reasons for why they're buying.
It goes up because people will think, okay, this is now more of a realistic. I didn't mean it will go up because the spirits will push it up. I meant, the people will push it up because it now becomes a more realistic possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, I already forgot what the last thing I sent you was, but I remember that it was something that I thought we should. Actually, was that the next thing I wanted? Yeah, let's wait before we talked about the gold thing. That was the next thing I wanted to remind people of a different type of gold that you can get on this show, which is my advice on card counting and why you should not think of it as your future, as your route to financial freedom or success or what have you, unless you are in a very extreme situation, which I will also explain. But yeah, we are only 17 pounds and 31 pence away from that. It will be worth it, especially if you're considering doing that. But even if you're not considering it, I will also say, as somebody who loves blackjack, that you should absolutely enjoy it if you enjoy it, but enjoy it as entertainment that you spend money on and not a part of your financial well-being or anything above that. Okay, let's look at whatever it was I sent you, and then I have a couple of other things.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay,
There's a point of
what it is, and I haven't actually watched it, but okay, actually, you know what? Let's just watch it and find out together.
Privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, Delegate.
Yes, hello. I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my point of privilege that I would like to raise.
I will explain the speaking order, which is fixed, that I cannot amend, which is the pro-con rotation. You can move yourself up a line that you're standing in.
I am pro, and I was...
We went...
You went pro, con...
We went pro-con, pro, and my plan was to go con. The speaker at con mic 3 also has a speaking card.
Yesterday, this card was used in an inappropriate manner. And while I understand in Ontario we note this as equity, even if that, this was also used inappropriately in terms of gender. I want everyone to be mindful that these cards for individuals like myself who identify as a Black woman have no value outside of this space.
Can I identify as a Black woman? RG Rappaport says this has got to be a joke video, right? Look, I saw it on Twitter, didn't watch the video, sent it to Daniel because it showed up and looked like something we can all enjoy together. But it doesn't look like it's AI. Let me put it that way. Yeah, it's.
Oh my God! So apparently it's like equity cards that designates you're like a special person or whatever, but apparently there's no explanation who actually falls under that. Like black men, can they? Women, disabled? Like apparently there's no explanation of what it actually consists of.
Who gets priority, black man or white woman? Because one has one form of advantage, the other has another form.
Black man. It goes white man, black man, white women, black women.
It's other way around. White man and then.
Why from bottom, not from the top?
As in, you are the worst of the worst. And
yeah. I mean, as in like the privilege you have.
Yeah, you're thinking in their terms, but yeah. Look, which party was this again?
The NDP.
Thank you, delegate.
Okay, that's a mainstream party. That's not some far left cranks that are never gonna get a seat in a local election. That's like. Yeah, somebody in the chat says white women get priority. Yeah, Daniel, I can see why you don't like him. Kidding. Anyway, yeah.
I don't. Oh.
This is mainstream. It's mainstream in Canada, mind you, bizarro land, but still. By the way, I don't know if you hear the noise from the motorcycles, but that's what I did in order to. Balance out the echo that we had at the beginning. But yeah.
What, you're letting the sound go out the window?
Something like that, yeah.
All
right. Somebody says, I don't pay attention to stuff like this. Let them have it. Really doesn't matter. That is the problem. Like you think it doesn't matter until you will find that it is law to carry your equity card. And let me guess, not to be racist, sexist, or homophobic, you have no equity in their world. So, yeah.
Well, we already have equity cards. Like disability permits.
No.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously a different kind of thing. And why should they get advantage? No, I mean, it's for a specific reason.
In a free market, it's the government doesn't control parking spots. But yeah, in a free market, I would also think people would say, okay, if you have less mobility, we might reserve a spot for you. This is not something I think in a rational society we would do away with. We would do away with the government force part of it.
I mean, again, she said something like she doesn't have any equity card outside of this conference. Because, like, so what does it do? Is it like a full on, you can do whatever you want? Like, can I steal from somebody and just show my equity card? Like, I'm just redistributing wealth that was stolen from me over the generation. That's what I'm doing. Like again, like I could. Here is the thing. Like these people actually destroy any kind of sympathy I would even have for maybe some of the things. Because like again, generally, of course we have like free will. But if you go over like large groups of people. What do you know what decides like how much money you will have over your life? Like again, based on averages, it's however much your parents had. Like whatever like wealth you were born in is gonna have like a huge impact on how much money you will make over your time, right? So if you want to make a case that in America, a lot of black people, of course. There is still maybe some, remaining of the Jim Crow laws, meaning like your parents might have been poorer, meaning you might be poorer. Now again, that doesn't have impact on, or that shouldn't decide your life. You should still try to achieve the best you can, but you are being put at a disadvantage. Can we figure out something to basically try to help that? There is a conversation to be had there, but these people don't even want to have that conversation. It's like all about like, and it's anti-individualistic fundamentally, right? Because even that, I want to help like specific individuals, not like collectively every single group, or like every group that has been for some reason disadvantaged in the past. So I just cannot have like any sympathy for like anything here at all.
Then let's move on. By the way, do you have the Amy Kozak on Candace video ready as the next thing? Because before that, I want to go to something else. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. Maybe after I read it, we can hear you typing. After I read it alone, I might read it tomorrow on the show. But this was in the Times yesterday. It's an op-ed by Tony Blair. The title of it is "We Must End Left's Unholy Alliance with the Islamists." And the subtitle is "Parts of the Left Cast Jewish Communities as Supporters of Israel and Jews Become Fair Game." Okay, that's problematic. But, that's problematic and also very much in line with the evil foreign policy that Tony Blair had, but is not evil for the reasons that people widely consider it evil in this country. Remember, in their dying gasps, the conservative government that we parted ways with in this country in July of 2024, they promised things like, we're going to recognize a Palestinian state as a reward for October 7th. Endless criticism of Israel and very little criticism of the Palestinians beyond condemning October 7th for a few hours on October 7th or maybe the 8th. They have allowed communities under the conservatives that the rape gangs, the Pakistani rape gangs in this country, the stories came out, and the conservatives did nothing to actually fight against what was going on in some communities, in some no-go areas in this country that police don't even enter. And conservatives always, the left will accuse anybody who is not of the left, and often, as you can see, people that are of the left, of racism. And if you're a conservative, if you're just right of center, whatever either of those terms mean, you don't have some sort of ideology that you can fully defend the things you do, and fight back against accusations such as racism. So they kind of accept it as an accusation and go out of their way to show that they're not racist by the standards of those who accuse them of racism. Those who accuse them of racism, among others, against Muslims, not an actual thing that one can be. You can be a bigot against Muslims. You cannot be a racist against people who choose to follow a specific religion. Race is something you're born and die with. Religion is something you choose and can choose to leave at any point. But that was not something conservatives were. It doesn't match their ideas, so they let the country slide into this. And of course, as I say always when I criticize the conservatives for having taken the country to the left of where it was under Tony Blair on every metric, and people claim that I am a defender of Tony Blair. I am not. I despise him, and which is all the more reason to despise the people who came after him and made things even worse. I'm also pointing out that the left is never going to say, look, the right went further left than we should stay where we are. They're never going to do that. They're always going to have to be to the left of the right, right? So, whatever the right does, they are not just pushing the country and helping the culture go in a direction that is more compatible with whatever the left currently is, they're also pushing their opponents to the left. They are certainly demotivating any rational people who might consider voting for them from doing so, because why would you want to vote for these people when they've taken the country in a direction that you oppose? So, they lost votes there. They lost votes, maybe the people who didn't go vote, maybe the people who voted Reform, maybe the people who voted Labor just to punish them or what have you. This headline is just another reminder, even from Tony Blair, of where this country has gone after him, where it could have really, a semi-rational conservative party could have said, here are the bad things that Tony Blair has done to this country. We are going to fix all of that. Rather than saying Tony Blair was great, saying in effect, Tony Blair was great, he just didn't go far enough. So that is where this country is, and that is why it is on the conservatives that we have the Zach Polanskis of the world now running for prime minister with a chance at winning. Can we have some Ami Kozak after all we've endured today?
I don't know. Can we?
All right, you guys. All right, you guys, we are so close. We are here. We are at the gates. We are at the gates of truth, like a truthgasm. We're so close to climaxing. We're going to discover what's really going on. And what we have in this week's episode is a bombshell discovery, a phone call made on September 10th by, you guessed it, Erica Kirk. She made a very interesting phone call. I just find it interesting. I just find it very interesting that she would make this phone call. Apparently, at some point, she got hungry. I don't know how you would get hungry on a day like that. I don't know how you would even have an appetite. I don't know how you would have that in any way, how you would have an appetite to order food, how you could think about food. But apparently she got hungry and made a phone call, and we, thanks to my mommy slews, we have intercepted
Can I pause him for
phone
a
call
second?
that took place.
Just, I can't unsee his Tucker. Sorry. I mean, when I think about what he's saying, I see and the way he's saying it, I see the Candace in it. But to me, you will always be Tucker. Let's continue.
On September 10th. So we're going to listen to this audio now, this recording of Erica Kirk ordering lunch or dinner. What meal it was for, we don't know. I don't know, but we'll see. Let's take a listen.
Hello. Hi, can I place an order? Sure. What would you like? Okay, let's start with the appetizers. Can we get the large wings, please? One large wings,
Okay, well, stop there. Wings. Wings. I just find that very interesting, okay? Could that be a reference to Egyptian planes? Wings. I just find that the very first thing she would order, she's trying to order food, is wings. Clearly, there's some kind of connection to Egyptian planes. Some people think this restaurant she was ordering from might have...
I know I'm treating this like a serious video in the number of pauses, but I did actually want to say this earlier, and somebody in the chat says, I forgot about Candace, haven't checked on her in like 3 months. What's the hot topic these days? Yeah, we haven't mentioned it either. Last I saw, she was talking about Erica Kirk, and that's, I don't see a reason to engage with that in any way. Now, people will say, okay, why do you see a reason to engage with what Candace is doing ever? And my answer is, it is, and I don't know how much it still is, but she's a major player in anti-Semitic podcasting, and she is, she's maybe laughed at when she talks about Erica Kirk, or despised when she talks about Erica Kirk, and laughed at when she talks about Brigitte Macron having a penis. But everybody defends her when she talks about Israel, and she is mainstream on her Israel approach, and nothing she could possibly say on anything else would get her banished from that movement, because again, hatred for Jews is above anything else. Nothing you can possibly do that's bad is bad enough for that movement to kick you out if you show the proper hatred for Jews and do so with enough views and likes. All right, let's continue.
Been located at Fort Huachuca. Let's continue listening.
And we'll just get 2 orders of the sliders. The chicken tenders, and then the platter with hummus. Sure. And it comes with pizza? Yes, it does.
Okay. You guys, they think we're stupid. She's ordering hummus and kebab and pizza. She was clearly talking to someone who was Israeli, working for Mossad, who was trying to deliver something to Erica Kirk, but I doubt it was actually food. And we look no further than the Epstein emails that were released to know that when they're talking about food, these people, they're demonic. They're not actually talking about food. This audio is verified. I had it verified by one of my sources in the government, in the FBI and in the CIA and in counterterrorism. My source, Joe Candace, we're going to cut this, so move on. In any event, this just doesn't feel right. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Erica, I'm not buying it. Whatever your cravings, whatever you wanted to eat, whatever you wanted for lunch or dinner, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Nobody is. I'm sorry. Nobody is. Nobody believes you. Now, if you dig deeper, you come to discover that Erica was calling using an app that we all know is called Uber Eats. If you look into who owns Uber Eats, it's owned by Uber Technologies. Come to find out that Uber was founded by a man by the name of Travis Kalanick, or Kalanick. I'm not really sure about that pronunciation. We need to get the correct pronunciation because we care about that. We want to be truthful here. We owe you the truth. Travis Kalanick, or Kalanick, was the founder of Uber. Let's learn a little more about Travis. It shouldn't surprise you. Kalanick was born in 1976 in Los Angeles. His parents are Bonnie Renee Horowitz Kalanick. Horowitz, you guys. It's obviously a connection to David Horowitz at the Freedom Center, where guess what? Your girl Candace got her first job. It's obviously a relationship to David Horowitz, who spread lots of lies about me when I began speaking out, when I began waking up. There's obviously a sabotage campaign going on to take me down. Bonnie, his mother, whose family were Viennese Jews who immigrated to the U.S. That's so interesting that they were Viennese, because we all know what happened in Vietnam. We all know what the U.S. did in Vietnam, dropping napalm and white phosphorus, which is what Israel used in Gaza. Guys, it's so obvious. It's all connected that they're Viennese. Tied all together, on September 10th, Erica Kirk decides to use Uber Eats to order some food, Israeli cuisine, which is obviously hidden language used by Epstein. She decides to use Uber Eats, which is part of Uber, which was founded by Travis Kalanick, whose mother was a Jew from Vietnam. You guys, they think we're stupid. All right, we will have more on this next week, guys. We're getting so close to the truthgasm, so close to the climax. It's going to be ultimately the ultimate climactical event and experience. Stay tuned next week when we uncover even more truths about Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett's connection to Postmates and DoorDash. Thanks for watching, you guys. Are you still in here? What are you doing? You want me to make you a sandwich? No, I already ordered takeout. Okay. Uber Eats. Okay. I'm going out with the boys. No phone calls.
Yeah, Old Mean Lady says he does her mispronunciation so good. Yeah, I like the mispronunciations. I don't think she mispronounced any of those words, but yeah, also I can't talk about mispronunciations. I called Zach Goldsmith more times than I called him Zach Polanski on this show. But Yeah, you know what? I can mispronounce and get names wrong and still laugh at others who do so, especially if they're anti-Semitic scumbags. Yes, Daniel. Well, it's good to have it up there. Okay. Was there something else I wanted to say about that? No, Daniel, do you have something to say about that?
Army Cossacks pretty good.
Yeah, Old Mean Lady recommends the X account. Candace trying to read. Yeah, that is a funny account. I think we played a bunch of their stuff, but yeah, it's always good to have this kind of stuff when we have streams that maybe are not going 7-8 hours as they did in the first week, but we are still here for over 4 hours, and we will attempt to the best of our ability to be here every single day, and we will succeed most of the time. And yeah, we need some of this content as well if we're going to be here many hours a day. So glad that we had it. Let me take a quick look at the news. Yeah, sirens in Beersheba without the alert. So in Israel, you get these alerts that we hear often with Yao, who has changed it on his phone. But they get those alerts about 10 minutes or so before the sirens, and then you're supposed to get the alert wherever you are. You get the sirens when they know where exactly the missile is headed. Beersheba, which has already been hit earlier today, had some sirens without any warning. Okay, it's not clear. Okay. Oh, all right. So the sirens in Beersheba were activated because of a interceptor missile that was fired. So there was nothing headed to towards Beersheba. Nothing. It wasn't aimed at Beersheba, the missile, and it ended up falling in an open field somewhere. But yeah, Israel has had a difficult day today, but no one killed as far as I can tell. But yeah, lots of homes destroyed or damaged in Israel. In recent days, Israel has been really hitting some stuff in Iran, heavy water reactors and all sorts of other facilities, nuclear related and not nuclear related. Killed some of their scientists and bombed weapons manufacturing plants. A lot, and earlier today I saw something about a siege command center. So Israel is doing what it can in case Trump finds that off-ramp that he's clearly looking for. There is, last I saw, an assumption in Israel that it's going to be difficult for Trump to find that off-ramp because Iran very much is holding steady, and understandably holding steady because Trump is telling them, I want out, and they're like, no, we're gonna keep this going, and we're gonna make it so that you regret having gone to war with us in the first place. So yeah, Bonnie asks, why do people say the war can't be won from the air? I mean, people say a lot that regime change can't happen from the air, and I guess the reason is it's never been done before, but also, has it ever been tried in a serious way before? I don't know. And also, why regime change rather than toppling the current regime and destroying any offensive capabilities for anybody who replaces them, and then hoping that the right people take over, but understanding that is not the role of U.S. or Israel. The role of the U.S. and Israel is to defend their own citizens, and in order to do that, they need to make sure that the current regime is gone, and nothing offensive is there. And bad as whatever comes next might be for the Iranians, and sad as that will be for all of us, not the job of the U.S. or Israel to fix. So, yeah, I don't agree that the war can't be won from the air. I think it can be won from the air. I think it should be won from the air. I think if to the extent that ground operations are needed, they should be done. But the goal should be to do it with as little risk as possible for the soldiers. Old Mean Lady says, like the stream. Absolutely, people. If you have not yet liked the stream, do it now because we are about to wrap up. Okay. Daniel, parting thoughts?
Probably tomorrow, I feel like we'll take a look at Clavicular. Because there was something I wanted to, I don't know if you know him, but there are some thoughts I had about him, which are interesting. So maybe it is for tomorrow.
The anti-Semitic Irish troll in the chat says, most Israelis are gay. I believe this is something they have personally
I think that's
gone
what
out
Alex said
and
2 days ago.
What?
Isn't that what Alex said 2 days ago? Most Tel Aviv.
Not exactly. She made a comment about Tel Aviv, which was also, I don't think, in any way.
By the way, afterwards she sent me pictures from like the gay beach. It's kind of weird.
I don't need to know what pictures you guys send each other. Secret Bass Rings asked me to say the troll's name and then block them. Look, trolls eventually do often get themselves blocked, but this one is really helping us with engagement and saying some really stupid shit that I can make fun of. So let's keep them around for now. Why not? And Bonnie asked about the counting cards. Daniel, we're not close to, we're not far, but yeah, no, we're still at 17 pounds. 31 pence. I will keep having that as a super chat goal alongside the getting rid of the ads thing until, but it could be that that's why we don't get the super chat goals. It could be that people are super chatting and like want to super chat more, but don't want me to go on a 5-minute rant about why they'll never get rich counting cards. Maybe secretly all our super chatters are planning to get rich from card counting and don't want to find out the truth. That's the only explanation I have for why we are stopping short of the goal. Yeah, Frank Costanza would not like that you're stopping short, but you do what you got to do. Daniel.
Serenity now! Serenity now!
Thank you, Daniel. Those we need to work on the volume for those, but we will. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks to Jonathan Hodig and James Valiant for being on this stream earlier today. We will be back tomorrow. We will be back every day pretty much. Yeah, the war is continuing despite the desire of some to not have it continue. Trump said 4 or 5 weeks. He then said it's going to be shorter. He then said the job has been completed. He then, has been trying, but we are in the 5th week of the war, and it does not look like we won't get into the 6th week of the war, which is good. The longer the war continues, the more damage can be done to the regime. Even if Trump stops short, the Iranian people have a better chance of removing this regime. The more damage is done to it from the air by Israel and the United States of America. And we will be here every day looking forward to Israel and America doing the right thing and leading us to total victory. See you all tomorrow.